дівченьку у зеленому саду. Чи не вийде дівчинонька рано вранці по ладу? Маруся, раз, два, три, калина чорнявая дівчина саду я вирвала. Маруся, раз, два, три, калина чорнявая дівчина саду я вирвала. Вийшла дівчинонька рано вранці воду брать, а за нею козаченько веде коня напувать. Маруся, раз, два, три, калина чорнявая дівчина саду я вирвала. Маруся, раз, два, три, калина чорнявая дівчина саду я вирвала.
Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини, та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російські танкісти сховались з кущі, щоб лаптем посьорбати довбані щі, та трохи у чах перегрівся навар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Приперли зі сходу до нас барани для восстановлення
великої страни.
Найкращий пастух баранячих отар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Хто води всяке озброєння різне, потужні ракети, машини залізні, у нас на всі доводи є коментар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Вони захопити хотіли нас зразу, а ми зачаїли на орків образу з російських бандитів, робить примар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російська поліція справи заводить, там вбивцю рашистів ніяк не знаходить, хто винен, що в нашому полі глухар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Веде пропаганду кремлівський урод, слова пропаганди ковтає народ, тепер нове слово знає цар.
Байрактар. Байрактар. Байрактар.
Байрактар.
Байрактар.
Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I am the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1053 of the news. And it's good to see you all once again. We have major news today of another major attack on another Russian oil refinery. We also saw some North Korean soldiers captured on the front lines, and there is currently a Russian tanker ship crisis ongoing near Germany. We have a ton of big news to cover today, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from the war in Ukraine and news from around the world, as we have been able to hear that inside of the Russian Federation overnight, a massive Ukrainian drone attack was conducted on one of the largest refineries, and from what we understand, the largest Russian refinery in the Federation within the city of Nizhnekamsk. We were able to hear that the strike was significant and caused serious damage to a major Russian oil refinery within the territory of the city. These strikes are some of the longest range that have been seen over the entirety of the war, with drones traveling nearly 1,000 miles deep into Russian Federation territory without being detected or engaged by Russian air defense across the entirety of the flight path. We were also able to hear that the Russian Federation has once again been seeing and reeling from major attacks that have once again been occurring near to the Engels Airbase, as drone activity was heard around the area, and we are still seeing that the major fuel depots housing a large amount of Russia's strategic fuel reserve for their strategic bombers appears to still be on fire 4 days after the fire began inside the city of Engels. It is an absolutely major hit that has been caused to the Russian Federation in the oil sector over just this past campaign, spanning over the course of a few days, and it does appear that the Russian Federation's economy, which already was in a very precarious position, will be in a far more precarious and dangerous position going forward, possibly leading to an even quicker economic decay and collapse of the Russian Federation and therefore their war-fighting abilities inside of Ukraine. Meanwhile, speaking of their oil facilities and infrastructure, a major Russian oil ship, the Evertin, part of the ghost fleet of the Russian Federation, used to skirt occurred around the severe and crippling sanctions that have been inflicted on the Russian Federation by the West is still adrift near to the German island of Rügen on their northeastern coastline. From what we are understanding, the German government is incredibly hostile over the Shadow Fleet, and some members of the Bundestag are demanding that severe and swift action be taken against the Russian Federation's Ghost Fleet, and further sanctions should be implemented, or even the fact that this vessel should be seized by the German government. Moving out of that news, we were also able to hear that the German armed forces have moved 2 additional Patriot batteries to the city of Rezhau to act as air defense in the attempt that the Russian Federation would try to conduct a preemptive attack on NATO in the course of the current Ukraine war. It does appear that those Patriot batteries just arrived and were put into position today as we got the news once they were online and operational around the city of Rezhau. Meanwhile, inside of Ukraine, we have also been able to see of major news coming out of the front lines inside the Kursk Oblast as Russian and North Korean forces once again tried to conduct another counterattack today against the primary Ukrainian offensive pushing towards Bolshoi-Solatskoye and causing great embarrassment to the Russian 810th Naval Infantry Brigade. And out of these counterattacks that the Russian Federation conducted, massive losses were seen on video and picture evidence. But not only were massive losses seen, but a shocking discovery was made today as the state of Ukraine made an announcement to the world that for the first time ever in actual combat since the Korean War of 1950 to 1953, an armed combatant engaged in warfare against the Democratic People's Republic of Korea has successfully been able to capture 2 North Korean soldiers of the Korean People's Army alive. This is the first time since the Korean War that such an incident has occurred, and at this moment, the Ukrainians are already beginning to broadcast video and picture evidence of the North Korean prisoners and their existence, and it appears that at the moment, the Ukrainians are beginning to question these prisoners of war and ask them further details about their experience, why they were in Ukraine, and a lot more about their force composition on the battlefield and the general battle plans if these captured prisoners understand anything about them. This is a major ordeal, and we do not know what the North Korean government's response will be to the specific capture of these individuals, but nevertheless, we are expecting this may end up becoming a large diplomatic event in between Ukraine and North Korea. Nevertheless,
isn't it crazy that so far North Korea is denied even having troops in Russia right now? Like, Kim Jong-un has repeatedly said he's not sent any troops at all to fight in Ukraine, but yet here we are with 2 North Koreans being captured by the Ukrainians. So a total farce. Like, I wonder if Kim's going to try to deny that altogether.
I wonder if he will. It's going to be incredibly bizarre if he tries to, because all of the evidence does show, and even the soldiers are saying that they are in fact North Koreans, but we'll have to largely see how that goes. There's still huge news coming out today, even beyond that as well, as we were also able to hear that from inside of Ukraine, heavy fighting has continued throughout most front lines. We've been able to see some heavier fighting happening around the area of Tavlzhanka on the Kupiansk front today in the middle of the snow. We have also been able to see the Ukrainians preparing more defensive positions around the area of Torsk as the Russian Federation continues their failed attempts to break out of the Severonsky Forest and begin another rush towards the cities of Slavyansk and Kramatorsk. We have also been able to see that around the area of Pokrovsk, the Russian Federation has once again been put on the back foot, and it does not seem as though they are able to conduct any further offensive activities in this area. As a matter of fact, it appears that they've been pushed onto the defensive, with Russian Federation forces now actually at the mercy, at least over the past week, of Ukrainian advancing forces, which are inflicting significant casualties onto the Russian defenders, and not only that, liberating smaller areas of the front line as they begin to push back from Pokrovsk in towards Avdiivka. We have also been able to see that major drone activity has been conducted by the Ukrainians in the Zaporizhia region today, resulting in high losses of surface-to-air missile systems of the Russian Federation's tactical anti-air defense brigades, and we've also been able to see that some strikes have occurred around the Novokakovka Reservoir, or more so around the area of the town of Lyubimivka, not to be confused with the 900 or so Lyubimovkas that we've talked about over the course of the entire war. But today's news is incredibly large, and we also have some small updates that will be coming out at the end of the stream on the news coming out of Los Angeles from the Great Fire of Los Angeles. We will be making sure to cover all of this news and a little bit about the news in LA, but I do want to remind everyone that that news is going to be more so of an annotated footnote and coverage of that event, as there has been a lot of coverage happening 24/7 currently inside the United States and by many other news sources talking about the incidents events in LA, and so we'll be making sure to keep y'all apprised if y'all have not heard about the news today, but there are some very concerning revelations that are coming out of the area that may lead us to believe that this is not just an internal affair inside the United States, but may actually be implicating a foreign actor of some kind. But moving on out of that and into the major news that we were able to get today, we were able to see that in the middle of the Russian Federation, drone attacks were beginning to occur once again. We were able to hear that explosions were heard quite literally everywhere. And here are some of the few videos that we got of some of those explosions.
Вот еще один прилет.
That looks a little warm.
Это уже седьмой.
Oh, it's very toasty for the winter time.
Very toasty for winter, blade. We can also see a little surface-to-air missile action right there from the Russians. We don't know where that was, but we can also hear a little explosion here in this clip. Once again, these are all detached videos. We're about to get into the specific details that we do have here in a second. And moving on from that clip and on to our next one, we were also able to hear, listen to this.
Хуёво видно, блядь, пацаны, ну пиздец. Вон еще нахуй как. Вон еще, слышь, блядь. Хуяли. Пизду надо уёбывать.
Another little boom. Now, where did really all of this go down and happen? Well, the most important one actually happened in Tatarstan. And a lot of people are like, Tatar, isn't that like a sauce? Yeah, you're right. Actually, it's actually named after this region of Russian. But that's a whole other thing for a whole other time. That's maybe like rabbit hole for a question segment or something like that. But nevertheless, drones flew all the way into Tatarstan and then hit one of the largest, and from what I was able to gather, it is the largest refinery that is operational in the Russian Federation right now, the Nizhnekamsk oil refinery. This thing actually is incredibly large. This is one, of the rail yards that is at this oil refinery. Just to give you an idea of how big this thing is, rail yards are incredibly large. Sometimes they are some of the larger areas that take up some cities throughout the entirety of Europe and in the United States as well, and even in other areas like East Asia. Rail yards are massive. But when we zoom out to really look at the entirety of this facility, that rail yard is actually a small blip on the radar compared to the sheer size of this thing and the amount of refined fuel products that this thing manufactures. This is a crazy thing to see, that this refinery in particular was targeted. Not only because it's the largest one in the Russian Federation, but it also is 1,000 miles inside of Russia from the Ukrainian border. Measuring from the furthest point, which is about right here, and up to Nizhnekamsk, and specifically to this refinery, that is a distance of over 1,250 kilometers, or roughly, correction, it's not 1,000 miles, it's 1,000 kilometers. I got the translation wrong in my head. But it is actually 775 miles away from the state of Ukraine. This is an incredibly long distance to strike, and to put this into perspective for others that may be like, well, I don't really know what the real scale would be of 775 miles, let's measure from some other landmark cities in the Western world to show y'all how far away 775 miles is. So for all of our British viewers, that would be a flight, let me see here, 775 miles. That would be a flight from London to the city of, let's see here, Konin, in the middle of Poland, just to give an idea, or better yet, a measurement of 775 miles. That would pretty much be a flight from London to Madrid, to once again give you a little bit of an idea of how far away that was. And for all of our American viewers here, we're going to start the measuring point from the good old capital of the United States, Washington, D.C. So how far away is 775 miles? Well, that's about from Washington, D.C. into the middle of Mississippi, somewhere around Meridian, I would believe. Yeah, that's pretty close. Somewhere in around Meridian, Mississippi, or better yet, let's try and find a bigger city to measure this off of. That would be from, let's see, 775 miles. That would be from Washington, D.C. past Madison, Wisconsin, almost to Minneapolis, Minnesota. To give you all an idea of how far the strike actually ranged from its launch point to the actual point of impact. This was a significant strike. As a matter of fact, this is usually what you expect from some sort of a cruise missile. But what's even crazier is that from what we know, this strike was conducted with simple Ukrainian homemade drones that have been built inside of a factory in Ukraine, of course mass-produced at this point in the war, but still they're wildly cheap compared to the conventional weaponry that usually would strike targets this deep into the country. Not only that, we heard that there was apparently no air defense fire that actually tried to even shoot at these drones along their entire 775-mile-long flight. They were undetected by the Russians until they slammed down into the refinery at Nizhnekamsk. But now it is time for us to get into the actual clips. And we can see right here the wonderful, nice, glowing sight, not of Christmas lights, well, I guess this is what we'll call Russian Christmas lights, of the oil refinery right over in the distance beginning to burn as one of the drones had made impact and exploded directly onto this tower. Bleed.
It looks like Father Frost paid them a visit, Bliat. It's the Christmas lights of Christmas past.
And you can just see all the workers over there in the droves just walking out of the factory. They're like, bleh, I guess we're not going to be able to work without pay. It looks like we're going to have to go home and just not get paid without the work. It's like, man, it's just tough in Russia. You work, you don't get paid, and then the Ukrainians hit your oil refinery, and then you go home without pay. Like, what's worse? I don't know. But we can also see here the major fire at the Nizhnekamsk refinery continuing to glow.
And also, how many drones actually hit the place?
From what we know, we heard that there was at least 2 impacts to the refinery. So 2 different areas or the same area got hit twice. That's what we're knowing at this point. So it was a fairly significant hit. And once again, any hit to a refinery like this is going to be taking it offline for some time. So that means that the largest refinery in the Russian Federation has been knocked out for at least a couple of days, or at the longest, a couple of weeks. Considering the size of this oil refinery, it might actually be a shorter turnaround time to get it back online, considering that the Russian Federation will consider it to be a priority to get this thing back online. A lot of the Russian economy runs on fuel. While, and of course, I also want to say this, you know what, let me actually make sure that I check this. The electricity sector in Russia. Yeah, so they say fossil, but we want to know what kind of fossil they use, please. Yes, okay, so this is actually exactly what we were looking for. You see, this is the electricity generation graph of the Russian Federation in 2016. And according to this graph, around 50% of the Russian energy grid runs on natural gas, blade. So that means, basically, if they don't have enough gas, not only are the cars not running and the trains are not running, or the planes, but also the whole power grid goes offline because about half of it is run on the natural gas, blade.
Also, I like how pretty much all their energy usage is not through like the green methods like solar, wind, or anything like that. It's nuclear is pretty much the only thing up there that's actually somewhat, I guess you could call it green or eco-friendly or something like that. But it looks like solar is 0%, geothermal is 0%, wind is 0%. They're barely producing any of that.
We also burn shit for about 32 gigawatt hours, blade, of energy per year. That's like one house. I'm just kidding. It's like
That comes from Putin specifically. Just one person produces 32 gigawatts.
actually every single time that the Lavrov goes to UN, that's where they get this waste energy from. It's just a bunch of shit pouring out of his mouth. It takes a lot of energy to produce this kind of a deal. But also, that is crazy to see that they produce like nothing. Like they probably have like 5 wind turbines in the entirety of Russia to only produce that much. But let's take a look. I want to show this to y'all because this is also something interesting. The electricity sector of the United States. And so let me go really quickly here and let me show you this. So let's see here. I'm trying to see if I can show you all this. That is okay, so as you can see here, up until about 2008, coal was actually a major producer of electricity in our country. It was actually the majority producer, around 50% or so. But quickly, it's been dropping off. Natural gas is still a major producer of energy in this country, but I believe, according to the 2023 graph, it is not 50%, it's around 40%. So nuclear is the second largest at 18.2%, coal at 15.9%, wind is crazily enough at 10%, hydro is around 6%, solar is around 6%, biomass is 1.1%, and so far, our energy grid is just a little bit more robust than Russia's. But something else that I do want to point out is that the United States is a major oil and gas producer. even more so than the Russian Federation, in fact, by a long shot. This means that our energy grid and the Russian energy grid is fairly similar. And many of y'all can see that whenever natural gas and oil production worldwide starts to slightly fluctuate, even the United States, which actually gets a lot of its oil and gas domestically, it actually does affect our pricing inside the United States a pretty decent bit, to the point it can create a pretty heated diplomatic, well, not a diplomatic, but a domestic political discussion about it. In the Russian Federation, their oil and gas production is not only domestically being threatened, but in terms of their foreign abilities to buy oil to replace the losses they're taking right here, there really isn't a way for them to be able to try and buy any. They don't really have enough money, or really no one in the world actually has enough money to float their entire economy off of oil, well, refined fuel product imports. No one can do that. That's why the Russian Federation will have to be able to get this giant refinery back online. Otherwise, they are going to start suffering rapidly, and we're probably going to see that the Russian economy will start to nosedive even further. Transportation is the basic cost of a modern industrialized economy, like in the United States, or Russia, or China. When the cost of transportation is low, and the cost of transportation is primarily tied to the price of fuel, that means that the economy is able to prosper and is able to grow quite rapidly. When the price of fuel begins to rise, it begins to slow economic activity because it becomes far more expensive and sometimes uneconomical to even transport goods from point A to point B. This creates economic reduction of activity, and this will start to create an endless spiral to where the economy will eventually collapse due to a lack of activity. This is actually something that started to happen a little bit towards the end of the Soviet Union's lifespan, to where the cost of transportation started to get so high. That was really the primary reason why the Soviet Union largely collapsed, along with a myriad of other factors, both political and economical. But beyond that, those were some of the reasons why the Soviet Union collapsed, and now the Russian Federation is going through its own miniature collapse in its own way, as they're watching these oil refineries forcibly getting put out of service by the Ukrainians. And it's also even crazier, Matthew, to look at the size of this refinery. It's as big as Nizhnekamsk, the town itself. Well, I would say even a little bit larger.
Also, you said that is the largest refinery inside of Russia, this one right here that was hit?
From what I was able to read today, it is.
Yeah, it looks like it for sure. It's like taking up a massive area. So, like, have we looked yet at what is the actual output from this facility? Like, what percentage does it account for in the Russian, like, oil output?
1 second, let me see here. Let's
that'll be a big question, because how much oil are they losing if it gets knocked out for, let's say, a week or so?
Let's see here. I want to find, let's see. I'm trying to find it here. And also, let's see. Where in the world is it? Dang, man. So
it's called Russia's Teneko Oil Refinery in Nizhnekamsk, Tatarstan.
Let's see, the Teneko Oil Refinery. The Teneko. Here we go. So I think we have found it. We do not want to go to a Russian website. I'm not touching that.
No,
like I just saw that. I was like,
our
no.
IPs log. Hell no, we don't want that.
Let's see here. It's very hard to find specific information. No one has written an article about it. Wait a minute, hang on. Let's see, which was called, oh no, dude, this thing's like practically brand new. Like, it opened and was put into operation in 2011. So this refinery is only a little over 10 years old, maybe 13 or so, and it already is getting slammed and knocked out of production.
The Ukraine's going to go ahead and put a few scratches on it for them to go ahead and break it in a little bit.
I'm telling you, man, I wish I could find some more details on this specific refinery, but I can find details on the company, Tatneft, that runs the refinery, but it's really hard to get any specific details about the refinery itself. Beyond the fact that it's in Nizhnekamsk. And also, I like how they show the skyline of Nizhnekamsk. It's not even Nizhnekamsk, it's actually the oil refinery behind Nizhnekamsk. So there's Nizhnekamsk. So they took the picture from up here in the marsh down at the refinery in the distance. That's how big the thing is. But beyond that, we can confirm that Ukraine has claimed, and from what we can tell by production numbers that are loosely published from the Ukrainians and other sources, this is the largest refinery by production capacity in the Russian Federation. Is here at Nizhnekamsk. It doesn't appear that any others beat it, and let's see if we can find anything about it. Look at this, dude. There's not even anything on the town. Like, look, This is its history.
It just literally is labeled a petrochemical industrial complex. Granted city status in just 1966 too, so that's kind of interesting. Let's see here. Yeah, it's basically the city serves to house the workers for the refinery. Basically, that's basically the impression I'm getting.
It largely would make sense because usually this area of Russia, closer to the Ural Mountains, was practically uninhabited until the times of the late Russian Empire, and then was heavily urbanized in some areas like Novosibirsk, Chelyabinsk, Yekaterinburg, and Tyumen around the time of Stalin during the 1930s, as he was trying to move some of the industrial bases over to the Ural Mountains. So that would make a decent amount of sense that the Russian Federation would not have any kind of major history in this area, because there was just no cities due to the fact that urbanization only happened around the 1930s. So it makes sense that this is pretty much a company town, but that makes it really hard for us to talk about the refinery because no one has really written any information about the oil production numbers on this thing, rather than the fact it's the largest one in Russia. But what's even crazier is that I pulled up the largest refineries in the world, and let's see here. Largest refinery, let me go here. Here is the list of refineries, and I was trying to find it on this list. And crazily enough, not a single Russian oil refinery shows up on this list of the top 20 largest refineries in the world. None of them do. Like, the only ones that show up are from India, Venezuela. One of them's actually in South Korea. I'm assuming that that's probably one of the few that they have. A couple, Actually, a lot of them are in South Korea. Look at this. The Yeosu and Onsan refineries are number 5 and 6 in the world. And then we also have ours as well. And one of the biggest ones, if I remember correctly, is the Baton Rouge refinery in Louisiana. But this Russian one does not show up on the list. Neither does any Russian refinery show up on this list at all. So it's a little bit interesting to see that because it's suggesting that the Russian Federation doesn't have large refineries in smaller numbers. They have sizable refineries, but more numerous numbers of them. But what have you been able to find, Matthew?
So I saw a viewer in the live chat say that they believe that that Russian refinery, which we just saw in the city that got struck, it produces approximately 280,000 barrels per day. So if you look at that chart we just saw right there that you pulled up on Wikipedia, if you scroll back up to it real quick.
Okay, one second. I was trying to see if I can find it here. There's not even a mention of this refinery down here, by the way, in the Russian list. But anyways, let's scroll back up here. Go ahead.
So if you scroll back up to the chart here, you'll see that the 280,000 barrels is actually not on the chart. The lowest one is 466,000 barrels, so that's probably why it wouldn't be here. It's a large facility, like it takes up a lot of space, but it's not actually outputting that many barrels if that report is accurate.
That is very interesting, and it just doesn't really seem that there's a lot of refineries. Let's see. They categorized it by continent, so I'm guessing that those were all the refineries that Russia had in Asia. So let's go to the European tab here. And Russia should pop up a second time, and then we should be able to get a number. So, let's see here. Holy moly. They got like 90 of them. Okay, so let's see. We should be able to find it now. The Nizhnekamsk refinery. They have 2 of them listed, actually. So combined, Nizhnekamsk is producing around 150,000 barrels of oil per day. Well, 300,000 actually, combined over both facilities for the Russian Federation, which is a fairly sizable number. It looks to me, at least based off the other numbers that we can find, that when we take both facilities in Nizhnekamsk and combine them together, so I'm guessing that this one is a different facility. It also looks like it's completely separate than the one on the north side, but if we combine them both together, the hit means that if both drones hit both separate facilities, that around 300,000 barrels of production was knocked out today in Nizhnekamsk. Which it does seem as though if you combine the two together, it is the largest refinery in Russia, but just by a hair. It's not really that big because there are a larger amount of oil refineries in this area that do produce around 300,000 barrels of oil a day. So that's still interesting to see. Great to know that we were able to get down to the actual, I guess you could say, meat of the matter here about how big is this refinery really and what kind of damage it actually is going to be causing. Because at the moment, we still understand that the Ukrainians have been able to keep around 10% of Russian oil production offline, largely off air for pretty much the entirety of the war for about the past year. So with the knocking out of another 300,000 barrels of oil production per day, we would assume that that's going to be increasing the oil, well, really the fuel deficit from around 500 to 600,000 barrels of oil today to around 800 to 900,000 barrels of oil per day. It's a pretty significant deal. And it does seem as though a lot of people right now are talking about the significant attack that happened on the Russian oil refinery at Nizhnekamsk overnight. As a lot of people are wondering, is this the beginning of a brand new and reinvigorated Ukrainian oil campaign where they attempt to knock out more Russian oil refineries to pretty much starve the Russian economy out of any economic engine for the large part, and pretty much force the Russian Federation in the war due to a lack of economic stimulation? And it seems as though a lot of people are believing that that is definitely, without a doubt, exactly what the Russian Federation is doing at this point. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking as well?
All right, so 82% of the audience said Ukraine is restarting their oil offensive by attacking so many different Russian oil sites in just the last couple of weeks, while 12% said Ukraine is striking the easy targets, and that's why they hit it, and only 2% said it seems like random attacks. And I'm glad to see that Ukraine is once again back to attacking these facilities because, once again, like we've said in the past, this is probably the most promising way to bring Russia to its knees and cause the war to come to a stop is by causing a major crisis in the Russian economy through the oil industry. And once again, it looks like Ukraine is attacking those facilities in mass. So I'm with the 82%. I think they're restarting that offensive, and that is a very smart thing to do. And we were actually complaining about this, I think about a month ago or so. We were like, why did Ukraine stop attacking the refineries? And the report was that the United States was putting pressure on Ukraine not to attack oil places, so that way the oil prices would not go up around the world, because that would actually hurt the United States. And it seems like we were only worried about ourselves, but now it looks like Ukraine's back to hitting them again, which is a smart thing to do. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, in my personal opinion, the Ukrainians certainly are beginning the oil offensive again, like it was in the past, and I do believe that it's probably because of a lack of U.S. Diplomatic pressure on the Ukrainians to hold off from these attacks, because as many of y'all do know, the U.S. election is over, and that's from largely what we were hearing was possibly stopping them from conducting the attacks. At least that's what we were hearing at the time, is that the state of Ukraine was getting calls from U.S. government officials and telling them not to attack Russian refineries because then they would have to start buying their fuel from the open market, and if that's the case, the price of usable fuel products around the world would rise, meaning the prices would also rise inside the United States. And for that reason, that might be negatively impacting certain groups in the U.S. presidential election. And so with that in mind, it appeared that that was the case, and it now appears that certainly was the case, because now that the election has concluded and about a month or two has passed, we're now seeing that the Ukrainians are going right back to a aggressive oil refinery campaign, or an oil refinery offensive, knocking them out and destroying them. It wouldn't make any other sense, just to explain this for many, for the Ukrainians to stop for any other reason rather than external U.S. pressure, because for the Ukrainians, and as far as we're seeing the war going at this point, there really is no way for either side to win a major strategic victory on the battlefield to end the war in that way. So with that in mind, the Ukrainians' real way to be able to force the Russians into submission and to the negotiating table is by knocking out the Russian economy. Because if you can't really defeat the Russian military on the field, you can defeat the entire country that's supporting the Russian army on the battlefield by knocking out their ability to even run the country's economy. So now it appears that they're going right back to it. And I would say that that is a very prudent move, and that also is once again showing us, just to put this all together, that the incoming U.S. administration, the incoming president-elect, will most likely already be forecasting at this point that diplomatic relations, or even an attempt at peace negotiations in between the Russian Federation, Ukraine, and the United States will most likely collapse, and that they're most likely trying to emphasize a peace through strength initiative, largely bombing the Russians into submission, so that way they finally will make it to the negotiating table and come to amicable terms that the United States particularly would be happy with. That's what I think is happening at this point, because we're also getting a lot of other additional information in the background as well right now that the incoming president-elect is already apparently planning. We didn't cover this because we didn't know if this would be political or not, but now in retrospect, I'll bring it up for all of y'all. It already appears that the president of the United States is being told by his advisors that there is no chance in hell of a peace negotiation in the early spring ever being successful with the Russian Federation. So it looks as though they're already ready to ramp up war support even higher than it's been in previous years, so that way they can start this peace through strength initiative and pretty much bombing the Russians into submission. That's largely what we're thinking is going to be happening at this point, and that may be why the Ukrainians are already starting this major oil offensive again, is to already kickstart the peace through strength initiative and try and get the Russians into a terrible negotiating position.
Well, I'm not sure if you've heard or not, but actually there's been reports going around as recent as 24 hours ago saying that the incoming president is trying to set up a meeting, a one-on-one meeting with Putin, not including Ukraine with it, just so that way he can get a read on Putin's mentality directly. So I have a feeling that that meeting actually is set up. And of course, it's not even clear if that meeting's actually going to get set up or not, because so far Putin has not agreed to it. But if it does get set up, in my opinion, that will probably be the very beginning of the downfall of any possibility of peace negotiations taking place in the coming months, because I think the mindset of Putin is going to become a little bit more apparent, that he's basically wanting Ukraine to stay out of NATO permanently. He wants to be able to reinvade it, and he wants to be able to keep taking more land inside of Ukraine. I think the more apparent that becomes and visible that is to the incoming administration, that will probably once again put the nail in the coffin for any potential negotiations, in my opinion.
I largely would agree with that. I believe that there's not going to be anything beneficial to come out of talks with the Russian Federation. And of course, some people are always insisting that that's not the case and that we're about to give up Ukraine wholesale, but that's not going to be the case. We've already heard from leaks that have been coming out of the president-elect's advisors' camp that apparently they're already starting to be greatly concerned about an image like the fall of Afghanistan. Because if Ukraine is given up wholesale, that will come across publicly as something akin to the fall of Afghanistan. As the U.S. was beginning to leave, the Afghan government completely collapsed. And that is something that is detrimental to the legacy of anyone inside the United States who's trying to do anything in the political sphere, is having a major military defeat on one's hands. While people may not like wars, or people may not say that they like wars and want them to end, at the exact same time, if they do end and they end poorly, then they're also going to get dragged through the mud for that. So they have to make considerations for that in mind. So regardless of the conditions of the relationship in between the incoming president-elect and the president of Russia, whether they're good, bad, or in between, both sides have clear initiatives at this point, and both sides are looking for their own interests. Putin is wanting to ensure that the Russian Federation will be able to control its own small sphere of influence within Eastern Europe, and they are not going to be budging on that at this point at all. The United States is looking to expand our sphere of influence in Europe, bringing Ukraine into the fold, and also, once again, threatening the Russians strategically inside of Ukraine. We are not going to be budging on that at all. And so, at that point, the Russians or the U.S. is going to have to give. And in between the two, the U.S. is in the position to give the least. The Russians are in the position to start giving fairly quickly. Their economy is already on the ropes. Their military is exhausted and has been for a while. If we continue this war, and if we continue to finance and support Ukraine's side of the war effort, the Russian Federation will eventually buckle and give in, because they will not be able to outlast the United States economic military machine. It just would be impossible. So that's probably what we're going to be seeing coming out of this negotiation here soon, is that both sides will make it very clear that they're not willing to budge or even compromise, and then that will force the United States into pursuing the peace through strength initiative of bombing the Russians into submission. And so with that, I hope that does address that well, or at least explain the diplomatic equation that will most likely be viewed by the United States here very soon. But speaking of the attacks that happened near the Nizhny refinery, we were also able to hear that around the area of Engels, there was once again the whirring of engines, those little lawnmower engines that let you know that doom is near for Russia. So here's the clip.
Вот он, второй.
Are these people ice fishing?
Yeah, they're ice fishing, I think.
And here comes the drone. And it's a pretty hefty one.
Вот второй залив.
Man, Engels already got smashed, and they're already flying over again. This is just torture for them on the Engels Airbase right now.
Man, the Russians, they weep dearly, because that little fuel silo, it's not even little, it's one of the biggest ones in Russia in this category, it's still burning for the fourth day. This is a picture that came out today. It's still on fire. They can't put it out.
It's all going down, man. I guarantee you. This happens every single time, and this time they even have the foam to put it out, and it's still going to burn to the ground. Like I just don't even know why. Like it must just be that the Russian firefighters are so inept and ill trained they just can't put this stuff out. But it's really just laughable to me every time when the clown show Russian fire department shows up. It never goes well anytime.
Man, it just doesn't ever. Like, it's like they show up and they just go, well, guess that's it. And then they just watch it burn. It's like that's all they do. I've never seen them do anything different. But the Russian Federation is still reeling from these attacks. And really quickly, let's go see if we can get a Russian economic screenshot of the US dollar to the ruble right now to see what's going on with this. Oh, buddy, there's some cooking of the books going on here. Look at that. It's finally gotten down back again to 101 rubles per US dollar. The books are being cooked. Look at that. Look at that.
They need to leave the book in the oven a little bit longer, because if $1 is 101 rubles, if they call that like fixing it or cooking books, then that's pretty rough.
And remember that the starting point before the war was around 75 rubles per US dollar. And recently it got up to about 110, and that was just in normal conditions. And also I want to remind you all that the 75 ruble number only came around after the sanctions had continued to pummel the Russian economy since they were sanctioned in 2014, which saw the value of the ruble go from 30 to about 60, and then climb up to 70 before the war, and now it's up to 100. So we can see that over time, the Russian economy is just gradually beginning to grind down, and especially at this point in the war, it appears that the Russians have pulled out everything to be able to try and control the ruble at over 100 rubles per dollar, which I once again want to remind y'all, that isn't really a good one. Also, let me go show this to the US dollar to yen, because this is something that is fairly interesting as well. So you can see that the yen has also been going through some rapid inflation as well compared to the dollar, which actually, if you look at the Japanese GDP, it actually does coincide with the Japanese economy sliding off. So when you see rapid inflation like that setting in, it is always a telltale sign that the economy is not having a good time. It's actually imploding at that point, or collapsing, or greatly shrinking, much like Japan's economy is, and the Russian economy is showing clear signs of that as well. While the Russians are saying that the economy is fine and that they're just powering through Western sanctions, that currency exchange rate is showing a totally different story, and it's showing that the Russian economy is beginning to shrink at a rapid scale, much like Japan's economy is. And also this is brought about because of the population crisis and everything in Japan, amongst many other factors. It's really unfortunate to see, because the German economy has grown slowly over the past few years, and Japan's economy exploded up until the 1990s and then stagnated since then due to the population crisis concerns. It's a little unfortunate. But also, speaking of which, India's GDP is skyrocketing, much like China's used to. But then let me also show you all that, because some people are going to be like, oh, China, oh, wow. Nah, they're not. Like, nah, they're stuck. They're stuck at this point.
Oh, wow. Like, it's plateaued at this point. But a large reason why India's economy is growing so fast is not just because their population is booming like crazy, but also because a lot of industries that are going to China, or that were established inside of China by U.S. companies and things like that, they are starting to migrate partially over to India, because I think they're fearing future sanctions and also another trade war against China. So they're trying to get out of there before the shit hits the fan, basically. And also, they're trying to move over to India for other economic reasons as well. But some companies are already doing it. Like, for example, Apple's one of them. They're already moving some of their, I believe, some of their iPhone manufacturing over to India as we speak.
Yeah, actually they are. It's a huge shift that's happening, and also it's happening because China, I believe a little preemptively, started to say, it's time for us to move on, and they started to move from an industrial economy to a services economy, which, from what we're hearing now, was a little bit too quickly attempted, because apparently they weren't ready for the shift. The services industry and the industrialization really hadn't set in well enough, like it did in the United States, for us to make the shift and then continue to economically grow. And so they actually started to stagnate, not only because factories are leaving, they really weren't ready for that economic, I guess you could say, stimulus to move yet, which is a very interesting thing. But anyways, moving on from that and out of the GDP comparisons and everything else in between, it is always crazy to look at that, though, and take a good look and a gander at that Chinese dragon that they said was going to beat the United States in the middle of the 2020s, and now it's just kind of stuck at $17.8 trillion. Anyways, moving on out of Saratov, Azov and on out into the middle of the southern Baltic Sea, we are able to continue on with a story that happened yesterday that's still going on today. Apparently, from what we've heard, the Evertin is still adrift at sea near the island of Rügen. It hasn't run aground, and from what we understand, the German tug has not pulled into safe harbor yet, somewhere around Lübeck. We haven't heard of that. It's just still sitting there, and the Germans are getting pissed, royally pissed, about the fact that this giant tanker is just sitting there doing nothing, and also threatening Germany with a possible major ecological fallout if this thing is to run aground, the hull is to break open, and then 99,000 tons of oil are to spill into the sea. According to what we're hearing right now, rusty tankers of Russia's shadow fleet pose a threat to the EU, according to the German FN Annalena Baerbock, and I know I'm mispronouncing that, very sorry to all the German viewers, but she accused the Russian Federation of cynically using a fleet of rusty tankers to evade sanctions and deliberately endanger tourism in the Baltic region. Once again,
that one didn't look too rusty, at least. You know, when we took a look at it yesterday, this one actually didn't look that rusty. I'd seen a picture of it that looked a little bit shabby, but it looked like it was much better shape than the Volganeft and the other ones that sunk over there in the Black Sea.
Man, I would bet you money, man, this thing looks like the inside of the El Faro. I'm not even lying, man. Let me go get that. The El Faro. Man, this was an ill-fated voyage that happened in 2018, I think. Or 2015, actually. Yeah, it was sunk in 2015. But let's see here. Oh, yeah, here we go. This is the El Yunque. And these are some of the bulkheads in the El Yunque. This is probably what it looks like on the inside, honestly. Probably falling apart in there because of poor maintenance.
Yeah, that's tough. That's real bad right there. I've never seen one quite that bad. That's very bad.
Yeah, the El Yunque was the sister ship of the El Faro, but they believe, after the investigation was concluded, that the El Faro and the El Yunque were both in equally terrible condition because the companies that ran them had deferred maintenance and pretty much allowed them to be floating junks. Although from the outside, you would have never really been able to tell. And let me see. Oh, yeah, you can also see the reconstruction of what the El Faro looks like sitting at the bottom of the sea. All hands were lost, unfortunately, on this vessel. I think 35 people ended up losing their lives when the vessel went down. But let me see if I can find a picture, a nice-sized picture of the El Faro before it went down. So, yeah, here we go. This is what the El Faro looked like. I mean, it's not in perfect condition, but still from the outside, it looks like it's in passable shape, like this thing would be seaworthy.
Yeah, you would think so. But, you know, even if there's some rust or something like that going on, the thing to cause it to start drifting would be there's something severely wrong with the engines. And apparently the Russian engineers on board, if there are any on board at all of this ship floating near Germany, they don't know how to fix it or they don't have the parts to fix it. And apparently Russia's not coming to the rescue of the ship because I believe when they call it a ghost ship, it's a ship that Russia doesn't officially recognize as their own. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, kind of, sort of, like, it's a I don't really know how the sanction dodging works, technically, but I think that is the case.
Yeah, that means that Russia would not want to come and send resources to it to actually help it, because that would mean acknowledging that it's actually shuttling their oil, which could defeat the point of the ghost fleet. If I'm understanding that correctly, that's my understanding of it. But it sounds like Russia's leaving it to float, and they're not doing a thing.
It sounds like they are. And also, it's crazy to think, like, it's just absolutely crazy to think, Matthew, that a giant oil tanker like that, this size, carrying that much oil, they're just traveling along, and the Russian engineers are down there looking at the engine control room screens, because it probably has them, because it's such a new ship, only built in the mid-2000s, and they were looking at the oil running out, and they're like, man, they might as well just push it to the limit of something or not. And then the engines just go out, and then it just goes adrift. It's like, you would have to be an idiot to do something like that. Like, that's absolutely insane. Because unlike other things where I can't really say a lot because the Francis Scott Key Bridge did get, like, you know, sideswiped like it was a WWE slam down in the middle of Baltimore because a vessel also had engine failure like that under similar circumstances. But that is still crazy to think that the Russians will do that with a vessel carrying 99,000 tons of oil. And this isn't the first time we've seen one of the Shadow Fleet vessels get into a situation like this. We saw 3 Volganeft-class oil tankers go down around the Kerch Strait within days of each other. Within 3 days, all of them sank or were broken up on the coastline. It's really crazy when you think about that kind of stuff because they're literally jeopardizing the entire world's seas at this point, trying to just make a little bit of money to just keep the war going just a little bit longer economically.
Oh yeah, they could care less, man, about like any type of danger to anyone. In fact, they're probably thinking like that might be a good side effect, like if something like that happens, but it's just like once again another indirect attack on the enemy. But if we can get the oil in Russia's mind, they think, okay, we can make a little extra money and we'll be able to put that in our pockets. But they could care less really about harming the economy. The economy is the last thing on their mind. Like for example, look, they don't even have renewable energy in their country, so they're not thinking about that. That's not at the top of the priority at all.
And it's really crazy to me though that they don't think about that on any scale, for that matter, because of the major ecological disasters could happen, like the Volga sinking on their coastline, and all of that oil. And now I'm going to say this: I'm not speaking about this on a political way of saying, oh, think of the turtles or anything like that. I'm speaking about it more from a practical sense of running a country. That causes severe economic damage when an ecological disaster occurs or there's any harm to the natural environment. It causes a massive loss of money, because regardless whether people want to act like we're detached from the natural world or not, a lot of the economic money making to be made out there is made because of the natural world, the timber industry, the fisheries, and things like that. And if you're to go and just have oil spill out and you kill multiple schools, in fact entire fisheries, with the oil that spills, you are ruining your own national economy within that area, at least within those sectors. That is an absolutely careless and horrendous thing when you think about it, that they would just do that and not really think about it at all. It's just wild to me, because in the United States, one can say maybe the economic laws are pretty stringent. They are some of the more stringent ones in the world, but at the same time, at least the rivers aren't catching on fire. Like it's kind of a double-edged sword. Yes, they're stringent, but the rivers aren't also catching on fire and people are not able to, swim in the rivers or even eat out of them. You can actually eat out of an American river for a large part, unless if it rains. That's like a thing for another time though, to talk about why in the world the rains make rivers unswimmable and unusable and everything. That's like a whole rabbit hole in itself. But anyways, with that, it's still a very suspicious instance, and we have been able to hear that the Germans have maybe even responded in their own way by deploying 2 Patriot air defense systems into the area around Rezhau, as the U.S. and a large amount of other countries use the Rezhau International Airport, directly to the north of the town, to be able to bring in more supplies to then send directly over the border and into Ukraine. And a lot of people are still talking about the Russian incompetence that may have resulted in Germany taking this action today around Rezhau. And a large ghost fleet of Russian tanker ships risks running aground. A large ghost fleet Russian tanker ship risks running aground near Germany as it's set adrift by a critical engine failure. And a lot of people are putting in their thoughts in this. And pretty much everyone is in 2 camps when they're talking about this right now. One camp is saying that the Russians are incompetent and they're using old ships. The others are saying that Russia is preparing an ecological disaster of biblical proportions in the southern Baltic to be able to try and damage Western economies. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well? It seems to be a very contended topic.
All right, so about 42% of the audience said Russia is simply incompetent, they're using old ships, and that's why this Russian tanker is suddenly floating, and it runs the risk of running aground, which could be a big disaster. And 41% of the audience said Russia is actually preparing that ecological disaster by causing the situation, and 13% said it sounds suspicious, but I need more info. And on this one, I would say, generally speaking, with all the oil on board, I think they actually want that to get to this location. Like, they don't want it to actually cause an ecological disaster, but at the same time, though, they're not doing anything to prevent it either. So while they may want the oil to get to its destination, they really don't care if it actually does in the end. Because of course, they would have to actually acknowledge that is their oil, that is their ship, and they would have to go in there and actually try to save it, which is something they're probably not willing to do. And also, we know for a fact they are using old ships, and they also are incompetent. So I think that's probably the more likely answer. It's just a probably badly run ship, honestly. That's probably what's happened here, is the engine was not being maintained properly, was my best guess, and it simply just ran adrift like it is, and that's why it's currently in the situation. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that I generally would believe it's probably Russian incompetence. The fact that the ship is new doesn't really mean much. Mismanagement of the vessel could still produce catastrophic results, such as an engine failure like this where it would go adrift. Because I do want to remind everyone, this ship was only built in 2006, so it's only about 19 years old. And by maritime terms, usually most ships survive well on into 50 years of service. So this thing is around a midlife crisis age at this point in the maritime world for a ship's normal life lifespan. So it's not wildly old, and it's not, almost out of date or out of date. It's fairly within vogue at this point, the age and design of this vessel. But the fact that the Russians are pushing it probably to its limit and trying to lower the cost of operating it as much as possible and probably deferring maintenance is probably why there was an engine failure here. And I think that that's really the crux of the issue, is that the Shadow Fleet is producing money, but it's not a lot of it. And so they're trying to find every way that they can to be able to shave costs off of transporting this oil, so that way they can maximize the amount of income being made per transit. And so with this in mind, deferring maintenance is one of the easiest and quickest ways to shave off a large amount of the cost on operating this vessel and making sure that it's maximizing profits that the Russian Federation's government is able to receive in turn. That is probably what happened, is that this pretty much designed incompetence has created the situation that we're seeing right now within the southern Baltic, and that's probably what's going on. If it creates an ecological disaster, that would be an unforeseen consequence that the Russians really weren't expecting, but they would probably be happy to see it because it would be causing damage to major NATO and EU economies that otherwise would continue to support Ukraine, and probably will, but they may be dealing with some slightly smaller treasure chests or treasuries to work from to be able to continue to finance Ukraine. So I hope that addresses that well, at least in my opinion, because I think that's probably what's happening right now within the northern Baltic. But moving on from that, and on into Ukraine itself, we have a lot more news to cover. As a matter of fact, we got some pretty big news to cover about what went on in Kursk today, because there was a lot that went on today in this area involving the lead up to and the actual capture of 2 living North Korean prisoners of war that are currently in the armed forces of Ukraine's custody and are currently being questioned at this point. Once again, that is a major development that has not been seen since the Korean War of 1950 to 1953, nearly 70 years ago. This is the first ever time we've seen a North Korean soldier captured alive in combat. And so with that, before we move on into that major news, I do want to make sure that we get to just a couple of questions, because we have some very interesting questions that are coming in from all of you, and we want to make sure to get to a few of them before we continue on with the news. And so what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so our first super chat of the night is going to go to Denis Davidov. Once again, he makes his second visit to the channel in literally the second night in a row. So thank you very much, Denis, for the second $100 donation. Massive support once again, and thank you very much for stopping by, and it's good to see you. He said, stay awesome.
Hey, and thank you so much for the massive support, Denis Davidov. And thank you for saying stay awesome. Folks like you are actually supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running, which is actually pretty cool. And I got to thank you for the massive support for a second night in a row, as a matter of fact, and helping this channel to keep on running, because you're helping us to be able to deliver the news in the typical Enforcer style and ensure that the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. And so a massive thanks once again to you for the incredible support, and you make sure to stay awesome as well, Denis Davidov. And a huge thanks once again for that incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running. Put an LSA in the chat, folks, if y'all really appreciate those kind words, because that was very nice of Denis Davidov for sure. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our second super chat is going to go to MM, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, MM, for being around the channel also for a very long time. And thank you as well for supporting us. Sadly, we don't have a comment from MM, so nothing to address. But thank you once again. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to say a big thanks to you as well, MM, for the massive support and helping this channel to keep on running. You didn't throw in a comment. It was completely commentless super chat. But we're still massively appreciative, whether there's a rabbit hole to go down or not, for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. If it wasn't for folks like you, we simply would not be able to make this channel possible. We wouldn't be able to make it a reality to keep this thing rolling day in and day out. And I got to massively thank you once again, because folks like you and everyone else who supports this channel has made this thing possible for nearly 3 years at this point. This stream runs entirely off of viewer support. There is no other way that Enforcer Matt and me are able to pay the bills and keep us in this job, in this line of work, if it wasn't for the amazing folks like you. Folks like you have gone out of their way for 3 years now to do something that y'all never have had to do, which is to support this channel. And by doing so, y'all have made it possible for us to keep doing something that we have to do, which is covering the news. And I got to thank you so much once again, MM, because while you didn't throw in a comment, that support has allowed us to make millions of comments live on air for thousands of days at this point. And so I got to thank you massively for that once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, because it was, once again, if it was not for folks like you do, the Lee Spring Army and the Enforcer channel would have never been possible from day one. And so a massive, massive shout out to you once again. Big thanks. And with that, we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the remainder of the news that we have tonight. And there's actually a lot of it.
All right, so the last one of the segment here is going to go to Moity Movies, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you, Moity Movies, for being a longtime legend as well and helping to keep us running. And they said, keep on going, guys. You are great. And I'll watch you first before checking out the boring cable news. And I'm glad you're tuning in to us, Moity. I'm glad to hear it. The boring cable news is boring these days. I think they've gotten a little too antiquated in their methods. Standing in front of a scene and simply yapping away, that is not the way to do it anymore. People want to see what's actually happening. So thank you very much for tuning in here first instead of the mainstream media, as they're called. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta say a massive thanks to you for the support, Moity Movies. And thank you for throwing in some kind words as well and saying that we are your primary source of news. And that's the biggest thing that we love to hear, more so than anything. That's the highest honor that we can receive from folks, is saying that we are the primary source of news that they get every day. We love to hear that because that lets us know that the job that we do, which we love to do, is one that people truly do enjoy. We think that's absolutely incredible to know that people are coming to this channel as the primary source of news, because I would have to agree that especially mainstream media inside the United States, Fox, CNN, MSNBC, and other groups like that, just do not understand how to do news anymore. Maybe for their day they were good. Maybe I wasn't really around back when a lot of these news channels started, way back in the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s, depending on which one we're talking about. But maybe back in the day, that kind of news coverage was the news coverage that people thought was really cutting edge and advanced and really in depth. But nowadays, it's lacking in any depth, quality, or substance. It really does show through, especially when you compare it to any internet source like ours, which is able to go into a wide breadth of information and data and details that they just don't have, and they're not able to get on in real time like a lot of internet channels are able to, like ours. It really is something when you see that, and that's not just us trying to toot our own whistle and make it sound like this is a great place, make sure to stay. That's really the truth. I mean, there's a lot of other channels that really go above and beyond what the news can do that are outside of our own channel, and it just shows every single day. It's a horrendous thing what mainstream news has become, but I'm happy to know that we're able to rectify that a little bit here on this channel in some way, shape, or form, and make sure to keep folks like you well informed on what's going on, not just in the United States whenever there's a major event like the LA fire, but around the entirety of the world, from Europe to East Asia to the Middle East, and sometimes even in other continents like South America, Africa, and down in the very far fringes of Southeast Asia around Australia. We are honored to know.
The mainstream doesn't report anything like soon enough. Like by the time they report news, it's like 2 days too late, and then they'll finally show footage that people have been showing literally 2 days prior, like 48 hours prior. So, you know, when you're that far behind the curve, I don't know even why they do that, why they wait that late to show footage. But there are so many channels now that are independent sources that cover it way better than these multi-million-dollar high-budget mainstream news sources. And it's really insane. It goes to show you that money is not everything when it comes to running a good news corporation. It simply means having competence and also having the ability to source your news is much more important than having million-dollar budgets.
And it's so sad too when you think about the actual state of mainstream news. A lot of those companies are over bloated in their budget in all the wrong ways. It's a terrible thing. Like, for example, let's talk about the two biggest voices in America these days that people care about: Fox News and CNN. Fox News, actually, by the ratings, many people don't know this, and this is something I always find to be very misleading by Fox News. In fact, I would say it's misinformation. They say that they are not the mainstream news, everyone else is. But the reality is that when you look at it by the ratings, they get about 3 times more viewership than any other quote-unquote news channel on air. So by that metric, they are the mainstream, and everyone else is just picking up the crumbs, like in reality. And that's something that I always found so funny about what Fox News said. They're like, the mainstream media, it's like you are it. It's like you literally hold the crown for that title by viewership. It's like you are the mainstream. But anyways, moving on from that, like for someone back in the day, like when Tucker Carlson was on, but nowadays I think their main guy is Sean Hannity. They have a group of writers behind the scenes that write up everything that he says on air for the large part. There are some things that he says that are impromptu and off the cuff, like when they have a guest segment or something like that. But when it comes to the actual pre-assigned news segments, they're not even coming up with their own independent thoughts live on air like we do. They have an entire group of writers that had to come up with this, and it also had to be approved by a company higher up before it could be said on air, meaning that a lot of that stuff is heavily regulated in what they're saying and what they're doing. Just like Wolf Blitzer on CNN or any other anchor on any other main news channel, that's the way it works. And it's just crazy. And then even better still, they'll try and throw in some comedy sometimes, and I don't know who the hell's writing the jokes, but the jokes are bad. Like, I never even laugh. I never even have a nose exhale most of the time when they're trying to make a joke. It's like, the joke is the joke. Like, that is such a joke to try and even make the jokes they're making that it's horrendous. It's horrific. And let's see, I see some people talking about the different news sources. And let's see. And also, Adam McLean was like, it's true, like SNL. Yeah, every single mainstream news thing generally has pre-approved scripts. Most things are actually rehearsed before they even go live on air. Like, funnily enough, a lot of the talk shows, which a lot of people think are like impromptu and they're, just in the moment, a lot of those are actually pre-scripted and largely rehearsed out as well, except for a few things that may be improv live on air. Most of television is pre-scripted, even if they're supposed to be just, reality shows. All of y'all know this. Like, the WWE is fake. Reality TV shows are not reality. TV is just a generally fake medium. It's just a crazy thing when you think about it. And it's a crazier thing to think the news is like that. And then they don't even put in effort. Like, they overbloat their budgets, having all these writers for these anchors instead of just telling the anchors, make your own content and go with it, kind of like we do on air. They will waste all their budgets on these writers and these massively overinflated staffs, but when it actually comes to covering something on the ground in LA, they can't even sacrifice enough budget to have a vehicle carry around the camera and actually show you all the different city streets on the ground or anything along those lines. They literally just plop someone down on location near one burning building, and then they'll stay there the entire fire, however long it would last. It could last 2 weeks. That anchor is going to be in front of that same building, still talking the same talk. And it's just crazy when you think about it. But I do have to thank you so much once again for the kind words, Moody Movies. And I hope that this channel serves to be the replacement for mainstream news, which is just overbloated and largely fake and not even really focusing on real news these days, but more so focusing on just making raw cash by the bucket load. But still, a massive thanks to you so much once again. I hope that this addressed it incredibly well. And with that, it is now time for us to move on into the remainder of the news that we have tonight. And we have a lot of it. And so moving on into the Kursk Oblast, we were able to see that the Ukrainian armed forces are continuing their advance towards Bolshoy Solatskoy. Bolshoy Solatskoy is a fairly larger town within the area of the Sudzha front. And for a while, it's been the headquarters of the 810th Naval Infantry Brigade of the Russian Federation, which has been garrisoned in this town and attempting to hold it down from a Ukrainian advance. The Ukrainians are continuing to advance towards this town on the R-200, but meanwhile, other groups, such as the 78th Infantry Brigade of the Russian Federation, towards the direction of Kremenyo, are continuously conducting offensives against Ukrainian armed forces on their western flank and attempting to try and drive through the line and towards Sudzha. If they were ever successful in this, this would start to threaten the Ukrainian flank, and also at the same time, they are being joined in limited form by some counteroffensives being conducted by the Korean Expeditionary Forces, the KPA, and we have seen that those have gone poorly. Ukrainian drones of the 17th Heavy Mechanized Brigade were targeting and knocking out Russians in large numbers, but apparently the video was a little too spicy, so I will not be able to show that one to y'all. But we can see Russian forces being targeted in other areas, and apparently that's also too spicy, and we cannot show it.
Man, everything's too spicy these days. They're putting too much spice on this footage. They need to tone it down a bit.
And we were able to see one clip here of a Ukrainian APC unfortunately getting hit. This is one of the few areas we will show some of the limited Ukrainian losses that are taken. But I also have to say that that hit was one of the worst ones that could ever be placed for the Russians, at least, speaking about inflicting casualties on the Ukrainians. The BMP's engine is actually in the front of the vehicle. And let me go show y'all BMP-1 here. This is the BMP that was hit for the large part with all the coke cage removed and everything. The engine bay is actually right up here in the front of the vehicle. So when this drone hit at the angle it did, it hit right in front of the headlight, right on the upper glacis. A lot of that RPG-7's explosive force in the warhead is forced forward and in a very narrow cone through the vehicle's engine bay and out the other side. That probably did cause enough damage to the engine to actually knock the vehicle out and put it out of service, but it probably did not end up killing or even wounding anyone inside of the BMP, just simply destroying the APC or demobilizing it for the meantime. So while that was a hit and technically a knockout of a Ukrainian BMP, it sure as hell wasn't wounding or killing anyone, which is much less said for the Russians. Usually the Ukrainians are able to get hits directly below the turret well on most of these APCs, and that not only goes straight into the crew cab, but also could cause a secondary ammunition cook-off, largely wounding and killing a large number of Russian crew members, and pretty much attriting that Russian squad traveling in that vehicle instantaneously. But we were also able to see some more Shahed drones getting shot down by the 47th Mechanized Brigade within this area. And we can see that right here. And we see them now slamming the drone. And we can see a Shahed right here. A Shahed 136. Boom! Getting hit.
That was a good one.
You rarely ever see Shaheds getting engaged by anti-drone units on the front lines. That's usually for the air defense inside of Ukraine. So that was a very rare takeout right there.
Why is that? Is it because the Shaheds fly like at a higher altitude or something?
I just generally think it's because they fly at interesting vectors, usually away from front lines, so they really don't ever get the chance to be engaged. Because I remember on some maps, it actually showed that a lot of the Shaheds enter from the north near Novhorod-Seversky, and I guess the border guards in that area really don't have any anti-air or anti-drone abilities, so they just watch them fly over and then report the breaches to air defense units further back that can engage them and shoot them down. I think that's largely what happens, because rarely do we ever hear about massive Shahed waves flying over front lines where there is a significant amount of air defense. So I think that's largely the case. But also, one other thing that we did get to see inside of Suja is a Bergpanzer pulling a Ukrainian T-64 out of the mud. And we see the T-64 getting pulled here on the winch by this Bergpanzer that's using its front dozer to pretty much hold down the vehicle and make sure that it also doesn't slide in the mud while it's using the winch. Pretty cool to see, and pretty neat to know that the Ukrainians are still using those German recovery vehicles to continue to try and lower their attrition rates in the muddy conditions of the midwinter. But moving on out of the Kursk Oblast and into something a little bit bigger, we were able to hear some really big news that came out today. And I'm just going to show you all the clip. Well, maybe not. Let me, I don't know what's going on tonight, but for some reason everything was marked as spicy or it was just deleted. So let me actually go to our Twitter here, because I do believe that we had it on our Twitter. So do you have the video, Matthew, that United 24 made about the North Korean prisoner on Twitter?
No, but I can get it real quick.
You do.
You go grab it.
You actually do, Blade. You actually do. Here it is.
I'm shocked.
Look at this. Here it is. This actually is not from United 24. This is from another Ukrainian source. But this is the one I was thinking about. So here is the clip, folks.
Воїни Сил оборони України взяли у полон перших військовослужбовців Північної Кореї, які воювали за рашистів на Курщині. Таким чином, Служба безпеки України, яка розслідує і документує відповідні злочини, отримала беззаперечні докази участі КНДР у війні РФ проти...
There he is. That's a North Korean.
That's him. He's just laying there too, like he's just not sure about anything at this point.
Man, he's like, I wasn't tortured, so I think the North Koreans lied to me.
...нашої держави. Йдеться про двох військових Північної Кореї, одного з яких 9 січня 2025 року захопили бійці тактичної групи номер 84 Сил спеціальних операцій, а іншого – воїни-десантники Збройних сил України. Одразу після взяття у полон іноземцям надали усю необхідну медичну допомогу, як це передбачено Женевською конвенцією.
Соматично вони повністю здорові, але ж мають, що один, що другий, мають хірургічну патологію. Перший має більше челюстно-ліцеве раніння, їм буде займатися наш стоматолог. Другий має поранення, відкрите поранення з переломом нижньої гомілки. Їм надається в повній обсязі медична допомога.
Для проведення першочергових слідчих заходів їх доставили до Києва. Вони утримуються в належних умовах, що відповідають вимогам міжнародного законодавства. Полонені не розмовляють українською, англійською чи російською мовами, тож спілкування з ними відбувається через перекладачів корейської мови у
Also, I have to say this, I've been getting a laugh out of this. Someone has adamantly been in the chat the whole time we've been showing this going, they're not North Koreans, they're Inuit mercenaries. It's like, I guess these are the only Inuits that ever spoke Korean naturally as their only language. Like, it's like, I guess, like you go up to, like, the Inuits, Matthew, in Canada, and you're like, hey, how are you doing? And, like, all of them speak Inuit, except for these two. And it was just out of the blue, and it's like, what the hell? It's like, wait. It's like,
yeah.
This is listen, if this is the case that these are Inuit mercenaries, they wouldn't have been mercenaries for the Russians. They would have been in the in some sort of a circus as a freak show. They would be like, look, they were naturally born Inuits, but somehow spoke a language they were never introduced to in their entire lives, and it's their natural language. Like, that would literally be like some sort of a freak show phenomenon. That'd be like me being born in the middle of Alabama and speaking Russian as my native language from birth without even knowing what Russian is. That would be crazy.
Yeah, and also the Inuits would have to have false memories too, because one of the Inuits said that he thought he was training in Russia when he was sent from North Korea to Russia. So the Inuit apparently lived in North Korea. So yeah, they're not that.
A real convincing story that these Inuits are putting forward. Where are you hiding the blubber? But anyways, moving on through the rest of the clip.
Взаємодії із розвідкою Південної Кореї НРС. На момент взяття у полон один із іноземців мав при собі військовий квиток російського зразка, виданий на ім'я іншої особи із реєстрацією у Республіці Тува РФ, а інший взагалі був без документів. Під час допиту військовий КНДР, у якого було знайдено квиток, заявив співробітникам СБУ, що цей документ йому видали в Росії восени 2024 року. Тоді, за його словами, частина бойових підрозділів Північної Кореї протягом 1 тижня проходили злагодження із угрупованнями рашистів. Сам він заявив, що народився у 2005 році, обіймав посаду стрільця і проходив військову службу у Північній Кореї з 2021 року. Примітно, що полонений, так само як і російські військові на початку повномасштабного вторгнення, наголошує, що їхав нібито на навчання, а не на війну проти України.
I like how everyone who runs a dictatorship gives the same stories to their soldiers because they know that there's no morale and they would run away if they got told what's really about to happen. And everyone's like, oh, go on. It's just a training exercise. Of course they're using live ammo, but hey, it's just a training exercise. Apparently they were told the same thing going to Ukraine as the Russians were in the initial invasion in 2021, that it was just a training exercise.
Yeah, and also, by the way, this dude's like face is like swollen like crazy, like down there toward his mouth. By the way, he is like, this guy's been through something.
Maybe.
Військовополонений підтвердив свідчення свого напарника. Частину відповідей на запитання він давав письмово, оскільки у нього травмована щелепа. За попередніми даними, він 1999 року народження, а у війську КНДР служить із...
Probably hasn't, because he is from North Korea. Or, you know, he could be, well, actually, Inuits live pretty modern lives these days. An Inuit would have seen a pen and a paper. So just putting that out there. Once again, couldn't be an Inuit because he has never seen pen and paper. And that's specifically a North Korean thing.
2016 року на посаді снайпера-розвідника. Наразі СБУ проводить усі необхідні слідчі заходи для встановлення усіх обставин участі військових КНДР у війні РФ проти України. Слідство ведеться за процесуального керівництва Офісу Генерального прокурора за статтею 437 Кримінального кодексу України. А це планування, підготовка, розв'язування та ведення агресивної війни.
That's the end of that clip, but there we have it. The first two North Korean soldiers ever captured in war since 1953. So that is a very wild thing to see, and we're probably going to be getting some additional information out of these North Koreans, not just about what they were doing inside of Russia, but also, as well, the additional information about what life is like currently inside of North Korea before they left. A very rare glimpse into a country that has pretty much stopped everyone from being able to escape since the Wuhan Whirlybird came around back in the early 2020s. But with that, a lot of people are talking currently about these North Korean soldiers, saying that they thought that they were being sent for some training, and then they were sent to the front lines in Ukraine. And a lot of people are wondering about this story, whether it seems like it's believable or not. And a lot of people are believing the North Korean soldiers, or as we should call them, the Inuit soldiers. Some or others are saying that the soldiers are lying and they likely knew that they were going to war, and also some are saying that they need more details from them to really be able to get a good understanding. But Matthew, what are people thinking, and what are you thinking as well?
So a whopping 62% of the audience said, I believe the North Korean soldier that he believed he was going for training when actually he was sent to the front lines, while 22% said the soldier is lying and he likely knew exactly where he was going, and 10% said we need more details from them. And on this one, I'm honestly going to have to believe the North Korean soldier, because even though enemy combatants typically have a reason to lie to the other enemy when they get captured, typically in this situation, the North Korean government is not exactly what you'd call helpful or informative to their soldiers. They simply send them out as meat, and most of the time they end up on the short end of the stick. So this guy probably was told that he was going to train inside of Russia, and then he suddenly found himself on the front lines, and that would indicate, once again, they were not prepared to be on the front lines, and that's probably why the North Koreans are taking such heavy losses, is because they're really not even sure what they're doing or even where they are. So that's actually a pretty believable story. Kim Jong-un probably sent them in blind. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I believe the North Korean soldiers, they probably were told that they were going to go for training. Otherwise, there may have been a decent amount of desertations before they even arrived, possibly. Because generally these dictatorships exist with their armed forces on a very low amount of morale. And so to get them to really do anything, they kind of have to just lie to them the whole way before they actually get them to where they are. That's why you always hear about Russian units being lied to a great deal, even now in the war, because otherwise, if they were telling them the reality of what was going on, they may not have enough morale to even survive getting there in the first place. They may end up suffering great attrition because of desertations. And so with that, I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. But also, we do have to keep in mind that those Inuit mercenaries are very tricky folks. Like, they just happen to live in North Korea and speak North Korean, but they are definitely, without a doubt, Inuit, and have absolutely no relations to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. They actually do drink coffee made of snow, because the reality is that they're actually from northern Canada. But with that, I'm just kidding. That's just a joke, but I still am getting a kick out of someone literally saying there, Matthew, going, come on, make better news. They're definitely Inuits, when the Ukrainians are saying we have to bring in a Korean translator, and they admitted that they're from North Korea. It's like, yeah, I guess Inuit soldiers, Inuit mercenaries would just come up with this whole fake story that they're from North Korea, of all places.
You know, the Inuits, they're known to be like some vicious warriors, those Inuits. Like, if you go on a battlefield and you come across an Inuit, you know it's finished. Like, it's over. This war is finished before it even began. Like, don't ever come across the Inuits. They mean business.
You know, I heard that they have this recruiting slogan in northern Canada to get Inuits into the Russian army. They said, hey, Inuit, are you into it? And then they get so many recruits that way, and then they give them all a backstory that they are North Koreans. It's a crazy thing.
Is that right?
We need to investigate this funnel that's been made, this path of extremism where Inuits turn into North Koreans and then they fight in the Russian army. We really need to investigate this, and I believe that the entire country of Canada needs to be greatly scrutinized, because apparently they are the ones that are actually fueling Russia's human war machine with all of these Inuit fighters that are now arriving in Kursk. It's really a disturbing thing. But But with that, I hope that does address that well. Still, just it's a great concerning thing. Wildly concerning, as a matter of fact, and I don't even know how to put that out there realistically. But also, I want to make sure to clear this up in case if some people are confused. No, I'm not saying that they're Inuits. I'm just kidding around. They are North Koreans without a shadow of a doubt. And also, Inuits are very interesting folks with a really interesting kind of a history, and also a very interesting form of a religious structure. If you ever look into that, they actually have a very interesting kind of a religion. It's a very utilitarian one. If you ever look into it, there's a really interesting video that this YouTube channel made called Sam Onella about Inuit religious beliefs, and it's just wildly interesting. Like, for example, Matthew, they believe in Inuit religion that if you do not consume or use every single part of the seals that they kill, that the soul of the seal will haunt them forever. and it will also
Oh,
do
damn.
horrific things to them to get them killed quicker. So that's a actual
Being
part.
haunted by a seal, that's next level. Like,
Yeah.
there's you can be haunted by a Slender Man, you can be haunted by, a ghost, but haunted by a pup seal, man, that's a rough one right there. I'd see that thing lurking around corners and stuff. Like, if I was an Inuit, I'd make sure I used every part of the seal.
Yeah, I mean it's a really interesting thing. It's just like one of the interesting parts about it. But they built their religion, their folk religion, to pretty much encourage resourcefulness in one of the harshest environments that people live in the entire world. But it's a really interesting thing. Anyways, with that, we are now going to be moving on into the rest of the news that we have tonight, outside the North Koreans being captured. And we were able to hear that a large amount of Russian drones were shot down, as 47 out of 74 drones launched last night were shot down, and another 27 drones were knocked out due to electronic warfare interference. So for a large part, once again, the interception rates were incredibly high, and really nice to see the Ukrainians were able to pretty much shoot down or pretty much drop most of those drones. Moving on from that and into our location unknowns, we were also able to see some incredible Russian vehicles, creations of a war that is something that they just weren't ready for.
Oh, what in the hell? What is that? Is that a Tach, or is that like some kind of KAMAZ?
That is a KAMAZ.
Oh my God, why is it sagging in the back?
The tires are gone.
Oh, great heavens.
Oh, great heavens. Let's look at another one. Oh, we've seen these before. We've seen these
They
a
stacked
long
some
time.
logs up front. Look at that. Is that literally like twigs like stacked in front of that one? They even painted V on the front.
Man, it's pretty much just birch logs that they tied together in a bundle. But I also like how this one over here was like, what do we need? Do we need more armor? No, we need the biggest radiator blade. It's like, why do they put the radiator on the front of this thing? Like, that is like an industrial-sized radiator for something.
That's a Slav engineering. Like, that's what you do on a car, like when you need it to have like really efficient cooling, because you're like running the engine really hard, like you're racing or something like that. Someone said, "Oh yes, let's put the big intercooler blade on this truck because we're going to be racing the truck blade. Let's go. It's going to block half the windshield with it, but we're going to be cooling the inside."
Also, something I just realized, Matthew? This one gets all the air cooling. This one over here is literally blocking the radiator. So this one's overheating, and this one's the coolest it's ever been. But moving on from that, oh my God!
Oh.
Ew!
It's a whale shark.
I will show y'all what's under that. I will show y'all because it's unrecognizable in this shape. But this is the vehicle that's under that. It's this little thing, the UAZ-469. But they covered it with so many armor plates that it looks like some abomination.
And now the top speed's officially 5 miles per hour.
Blitz! But for the Russians, they consider that to be pretty good. Let's move on to the next one. Good God!
Is that a jet engine?
That is a rocket pod.
Oh my God. So, wait a minute. That surely wasn't intended to be used for that. Like, what does that add? Like 5 horsepower or something?
Nothing. It adds no value to this thing. I'll show you what this is. This is an MTLB, which is a lightly armored personnel carrier. And so then they added an early S-24 rocket pod, which usually would be mounted to a helicopter, to the top. And then on the rear end, they added a 2B9, if I'm correct, and let me go pull it up. 2B9, yeah, a Vasilik automatic mortar, this thing. And so they strapped both of them to the top, one on one end, one on the other. So not only can you get MLRS rocket artillery support, but you can also get conventional mortar support on the same vehicle. It's a 2-in-1 package.
They literally, literally strapped a rocket engine to their military vehicle. I mean, this is hitting rock bottom right here. This is what you call, we need something to help us win the war, so let's strap a rocket to our equipment and see if that helps.
So now with this in mind, let's move on to the next one.
Oh no.
Oh
my God. They put tinfoil hats on the top.
Let's see. To victory, long live Rush is what it says on it. And what is up with the dinner plates?
Man, that's the radar dishes.
Yeah, I guess.
They're picking up signal.
There's not even a lot to comment on this one. It's just rough. But let's move on.
This is central control.
Wait a minute. This is central control. This, you know what? You need to pull up that clip. Forget it. We need the actual audio from that. Let me go get it. Here we go.
Whose name, or let us say, whose identity is Kortunk. This is Central Control.
Oh my
This
god.
is
So cringe.
Central Control.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
that kills me every
that
time.
is so
Like,
cringe.
it's like sticking a knife, like, and just turning it or something every time I hear that. But yeah, that pretty much represents it.
You know, he's got to be the life of the party at a family barbecue, you know. But moving on from that and into the next one. Oh my god!
Oh,
They put a
that's the
twin
tank
disc
treads.
amount on that thing.
Look at that. That's the tank treads on the side, and also wooden pallets of some sort lining the side. That is something else.
No, actually, Matthew, you should be familiar with this one a little bit because I actually have one of those ammo boxes. It's a 545 ammo box for 2,000 rounds each. And they put these on the side, I guess filled with sand or something. And then they also took additional track links and laid them off the side like a side skirt for the tracks. I don't know what kind of armor value this adds at all, but one thing that really is impressive is the twin Dishka mount that they put on top of the machine gun turret on the MTLB. So you get twice the Dishka for one of the MTLBs. I mean, it's not a bad trade, but this thing is pretty horrendous. But let's move on to the next one. Oh my god!
Oh my god! It's a
Oh my
lifted
God!
redneck truck. Russia picked onto it's the Carolina squat. They brought it to Russia. I can't believe it. That's illegal here in the United States now, but they brought it to Russia.
Dude,
What is that they put on the back? A Japanese like Kai van or something on the back? What is that?
I don't even know. They took the Russian Unibog because they couldn't, infringe on the Unimog. They took the Unibog and then put a Mitsubishi ban on the back to make it into a troop carrier. Have y'all ever even seen anything like this? I've never seen anything like this. Not even in Appalachia have I seen people come up with stuff like this. Like, this is new. Like, this goes beyond redneck engineering. This goes into... like, I don't even know, Gopnik engineering, I guess. This is new. This is new to me. Never seen anything like it before. But let's move on to the next one. Jesus Christ.
What the hell is that?
This
is they literally made shift like a turret on the top.
Let me go find Russian Navy.
This is probably the most lightweight bad example like we've had so far, but this is still interesting.
Well, it's about to get even more interesting when you figure out what they had to cannibalize to make these. Let me go see a list of active Russian military... Nah, we don't want that. We want the list of ships. Let me go here, and let me go down to the smaller vessels, because you'll see where it comes from. And you're probably already getting how whack this is about to be, because I'm looking at a list of ships. Nope, that's not it. It's an older one. No, that's not it either. Damn it. Come on. It's got to be a little one, right? Oh, come on. It's got to be out here somewhere. Come on. Oh, let's see. Oh, it's got to be one. No, wait. It's got to be one of the little ones. It's got to be one of the tiny ones. Damn it. Come on. Oh, those are rough. But we're going to skip those for now. I'm trying to find one specific thing. Wait a minute. You've got to be kidding me.
Man, you can't find it, man. It's missing.
Hold it. Dude, I didn't imagine it. Let me go, Soviet Navy. Wait a minute. No. Syrian Navy. They got to have it.
Also, by the way, that naval jack of Russia, by the way, looks really sus, but I'm going to let that one go.
Russia will rise again, or something like that. I don't know. But
no, it'll fall again. That's what it'll do.
well, that's probably what they're saying. But let's see here. It's got to be, oh my God, I can't find it. So I sadly cannot find it, but what these are turrets that were on board smaller corvettes of the Soviet Navy. And considering that a lot of them were retired and scrapped, that's why they're cannibalized. They put the turrets on top of these MTLBs. Not effective in the slightest. We never saw any of these actually get used in combat, but these things were around for a while. But moving on from that and into the next clip, we can also see it from a closer angle, giving you the true idea of how cursed this is, because it's cursed beyond belief. It didn't look that bad on the trains, but when you get it off and you look at it up close, it's cursed, very cursed.
Look, I think that's the is that the welder like hooked up right there, like with the welding torch on top?
Oh yeah, like he's still welding that thing on.
So the guy who came up with this brilliant piece of engineering is taking pictures of it for the gram, being like, "Look at the way I came up with it. It's a marvel of engineering to make up for the lack of Russia's budget and also their military buying capacity. They can't even buy a proper military vehicle."
Dude, I found it, Matthew. Thank you to everyone in the chat who's saying that it was a 25mm 2M3 naval turret. So Monsieur Duquac and also Monsieur de Quack, thank you so much for being that person who has that knowledge. There's the turret. And let me see if I can find it on board a ship. That's it on board a vessel back in the day. Here's one that actually is in service on a, let's see, a People's Liberation Army naval gun. This is actually the Type 61 in China, but in Russia it's the 25mm M3.
Interesting. So they literally ripped it off a ship.
Yes. So they cannibalized ships of the Navy at some point to be able to make these things. But we also got to see this guy. That's just a T-55.
Yeah, I think they were taking a picture of the dude and mocking him this time instead of the vehicle. I think you switched to the human.
So let's see what we got here. So they put a jack
scissor lift in the back.
Yeah, a scissor lift in the back with a machine gun turret on top of it. So that way they can get some.
I'm not gonna lie, like that's actually not a bad idea. Actually, like obviously you got to make sure the thing's not gonna tip over because I'm sure they don't have it secured in the back. But that's actually somewhat interesting.
That is somewhat interesting, I will admit, but that is still jank. Next one. Oh, ew! I don't even know what that is, but that's gross. What is it?
It's nasty.
Ceraptor. So some Raptor 2. That's what they're calling it. But this thing is a BMP. It's a BMP-2 turret off of this APC. They took the turret and then put it on top of whatever the hell this is. It looks like it used to be a car, and that's it. That's it. Like that's all. That's what it is.
Also, by the way, go back to the last photo real quick. I just thought of something. No, I mean like the scissor lift one. Go back to that real quick. I would imagine that if you're in the top of this crow's nest right here and you're looking out like a recon or something like that, trying to do some scouting far out from this height like this, scissor lifts are like really slow. Like they do not move fast. So while you're getting pot shotted up there in the crow's nest, you're going beep, 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 like and it's like crawling down like a snail's pace, and you're just getting pot shotted all the way down. That would actually be a death trap actually if you're trying to use it on the battlefield.
That's probably why they use it in air defense, but I don't even know how in the world you use that in air defense, because like by the time you hear a drone and then it's gone, you finally got up to maximum elevation. So this thing really doesn't make a lot of sense when you think about it like that. But moving on past whatever the hell that is, that's just a toss. That's nothing really special.
Yeah, that's nothing special.
So skipping past that one. Okay, this is a trailer with a Maxim machine gun in it. Maxim machine guns are from the 1890s, just to let y'all know. So, a little ancient there. Nothing cursed, though, really, with that. Finally, the Buhanka, which is just cursed in its own right because it exists.
Man, it's just like literally, it speaks for itself. Yeah, you know that like goofy child's cartoon is called Wallace and Gromit? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, Gromit. Let's put the cheese.
You know the penguin. It's always lurking around. The bad penguin, that sketchy looking thing. This is the bad penguin right here. This little Buhanka truck.
It is. Like this, dude, this thing is just cursed on its own naturally. Like literally out of the factory, no modifications, cursed in itself. Like it's terrible. Everything in this list is bad. This maybe actually be the worst, in my opinion. But anyways, moving on from the humble Buhanka, it's now time for us to move on into our next bit of location unknown news, where we actually got to see the assault Buhanka. Moving straight on from Buhanka normal to Buhanka assault style. Here it is.
Put exhaust on that thing too. Mad Max truck.
Look,
I think it's so goofy.
Blade, I covered it in rubber. Why did you do that, Vadim? Well, my parents always told me when you're about to go in, always have protection, and so I put rubber on it. So, what's the logic behind it? It's like, is it that kind of logic? Because it doesn't make sense that rubber's going to save the Buhanka, if anything.
Man, saved by rubbers.
Man, I'm telling you, man, and before long, man, the Russians are going to be having death by rubbers, too, here in a bit, because it's covered in them, it's going to burn.
It's got a winch on the front, too. Look, they made cutouts in the rubber for the grill and the two lights right there. It looks goofy.
And also, they were like, by the way, we are making an assault a lot, but we do have to make it street legal. So they put the license plate on the front so that way the police could see it. It's like, isn't that like the last concern where you're going into a war zone? But, you know, they keep their concerns in line.
They're driving it so fragile, like it's a piece of artwork. Like, you can't risk scratching it.
Careful, Vadim. We might get it destroyed before it gets blown up on the battlefield 5 minutes after we get there. But moving from that clip and into the next one, we also got to see a Ukrainian BTR-4, a much classier vehicle from a less cursed age, firing its main gun and training. We also got to see a, I don't even know what the hell that is, a T-80 of an unknown variant. I do not know what kind that is, but that actually is one of the sleekest ones I've ever seen in training as well. We can see this guy carrying around a mat, as well as a Ukrainian-made AR, or an M4 for the large part. We can also see them still in training there, but still pretty neat. We'd like to see it. Moving on from that and into our next clip, we also got to see the Russian casualty report, and the losses were good.
Oh, the losses were high once again, and the one thing I have to point out every single time is we have 3 Bobcats today. Another good day. They're staying pretty steady at 3 these days, and I'm actually pretty happy with that. But Enforcer, tell us more.
And I get to tell you, those losses were juicy. The troop losses are fluctuating consistently in the 15 to 1600 range, according to Mistisa, and most categories are slightly below, but close to the 7-day averages. So let us explore this casualty report, and let us see what we're seeing. 1,570 Russians and North Koreans got toasted in 24 hours, along with 18 armored personnel carriers, 61 supply trucks, 10 main battle tanks, 28 artillery pieces, 74 drones, 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, and 3 Bobcat skid steers. It was a good day. There's no other way to put it. Moving on from that and into the actual front lines themselves, we got to see a little bit of the fighting going on up in the Kupiansk way. As we hear Trap Remix, you can't have war without Trap. We see him reloading the grenade launcher. It's a single shot, but he reloaded the grenade, punk, and there it goes. And now he's getting another, punk, and there goes another. Boom. There we go. Look at this. Now we see him getting right back out the Humvee. He's whipping out the Gat. Bam, bam, bam. And look at that. He's got a bullpup, actually. I gotta say, I'm generally not a fan of bullpups, just to let y'all know. Not that anyone cares or anything. It's just that I want y'all to know that it's needless information. But anyways, moving on from that and into that next piece of news that we have down here, Krasnorechinsky. We also get to see the Russians getting hit by the 92nd Brigade today. We see here, look at that, the Russian APC blade, one of many, and the Russians, he's marshalling it in. He's like, more forward, make sure to get it further in the 3 line, so when the ammo detonates, it blasts across everyone evenly.
Oh, Bliat, go ahead and jump off now if you want to save life in limb.
Only one limb, you have to pick it. But we can see the Euro...
Save life in 1 limb, you will get allotment of 1 limb.
And then you go back to Russia, someone says, look at you, buddy, could someone borrow a hand? Or something like that, you know. They're pretty messed up people, you know.
Dirty. Come on, don't do Vadim like that.
Listen, man, Vadim, he's already been done dirty by the Russian government. Well, yeah, it's just like, I couldn't do him any worse. But we can see a Euro getting hit right there. We can also see a Buhanka, a cursed vehicle, getting slammed right there. Oh, it turned into a fireball. Sweet. And as we can see, there's the loss report. Then look, they actually blew them up. Also,
they got a lot of too in the midst of that report. That's nice.
And also, Christian Cruz said that was an AUG. And I hate to hear that that was the month of August there. It appears that video is actually a little old. I'm just kidding, Christian Cruz. It was an AUG. I actually didn't recognize it, but now that you say that, it was an AUG. And Steyr AUGs are seen very rarely in Ukraine. I had the fortune of firing one of these things before. It was a very memorable experience because I busted my lip shooting this thing. And y'all are probably like, well, how did you do that? Did you like trip and fall? No, we all forgot that it ejects cartridges out of the right side. I'm a left-handed shooter, so when I put the rifle up to my face, the ejection port was literally on my lip. So when I fired the gun, the cartridge came out scorching hot at full speed, straight into my lip, and busted my upper lip. So that's what happened. I remember.
Was that when we all went shooting? Would that happen?
No, that was before you went shooting, like literally the trip before. But man, I remember that well. I remember that very well because I remember after that, I was like, the AUG is cool. It actually was cool, but I'll never forget it because I busted my lip shooting it and because of the cartridge ejecting right onto my lip. But beyond that, I'm generally, not because I busted my lip firing a AUG, but I'm just generally not a fan of bullpups. I fired a couple. I fired a Springfield Hellion, the AUG, and I believe at some point, I can't really remember. This is kind of iffy. I think I fired a Tavor. I just generally wasn't a fan of any of them because of the weight balance on these things. They're very heavy towards the buttstock, and I generally like the balance of conventional rifles because they're generally, their weight is balanced over the pistol grip, and that just seems more normal to me because that's usually what I shoot, or conventional rifles. But moving on from that and out of that bit of news and further down towards Torske, we also get to see the Ukrainians receiving a shipment of wood to continue to build bunkers and defensive positions with. I always thought that they got the timbers from the front, but apparently they actually logged them somewhere else in Ukraine and then trucked them in. Did not know that. So that's actually pretty cool. But moving on from that little clip and into our next one, further down near Toretsk, we actually got to see some drones being taken down in this area as well. Check it out. Bam! Bam! Bam!
Bing, bing, bang. Look at that poor sucker. What a jerk.
They always sit there and say they're droning on, and I just never know. But we can see, very nice right there. Great to see them knocking out some drones. Moving on from that and down near Pokrovsk, we also get to see an FPV drone equipped with a shotgun. For some reason, the video was removed. That's the story of our lives. Moving on from that and into our next clip, we also get to see some more Russians getting captured. Check this one out. They were in unison, very well together right there. They should start a choir. Moving on from that and down near Pisky, we also get to see a Russian showing off its destroyed SPG.
Буквально сгорел на работе труженик, блядь.
Excuse me.
And look at that.
Well, that thing really got shredded, man. Look at that metal. Just ripped.
Believe it was a Mr. S. These things are fairly rare at this point in the war. The Russians just don't really have many.
That's a massive muzzle brake at the front, too.
It's a big gun. It's 155 millimeters in size. So, I mean, this thing is a powerhouse as far as the caliber is concerned. But as far as the armor protection, pretty lacking in that category. But moving on out of that area and out of Donetsk, it's now time for us to move on into southern Ukraine, where we got to see a Buke getting destroyed. The loss of a Buke makes the Russians puke, because they just cannot handle these kinds of losses anymore.
Rebuke the Buke. That's what they always said in preschool, and the Ukrainians are carrying it out to this day. Also, look, they got a new logo up there in the corner. It's the Ghost Battalion or something like that. They got Casper riding a rifle.
Ooh, gonna gun your ass down. Ooh, like, yeah, something like that. It's like I don't know what Casper was saying at that point. It's like I thought Casper was. I thought Casper was. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. We go. No, please go ahead. I'm Canadian today. Go ahead.
I thought Casper was all grown up now. Casper moved on to, just floating around and moving on. He's literally like riding a broom. He's not riding a broom. He's riding an AR. What do you know?
Casper going around these days, man. He's saying y'all gonna be my friends forever. It's like, man, he's building a friend group, I suppose. But moving on from that and on into the next clip, we also get to see a Tor getting destroyed down here as well.
Oh, dramatic music.
Here's someone typing. That's probably what y'all hear when I'm typing on my computer. But we're gonna be muting that.
This person is laying on the keyboard though. They're like thunking.
Man, they were thanking that thing. And look at that. They're just hitting the Tor. It's terrific. See what I did there? See what I did there as I get my tuberculosis? Man. What a day. That Tor's getting smacked. Oh, wow. That thing's ripping.
Yeah.
Like, oh, my Lord. They're
Man,
bombing it as it's running.
Man, they're panicking. They're freaking losing it. Oh, my God.
Okay, so now we moved on to something else. It looks like an SPG.
Man, go back. Go back to that. You could literally see the exhaust like flowing out like a liquid out the side of it. Like, oh, my God. Man, they were flooring that thing to the max. Like, that is crazy.
Dude, they heard one boom, and then they just went straight up to, like, 6th gear in, like, 5 seconds. Dude, they literally went... like, we're, like, out of
They
there.
took off like a Tesla.
Oh, my Lord. That was a sight to behold right there. And Tors are massive, man. I don't know if I've ever shown you all the scale of a Tor M1. Let me see if I can show y'all someone standing next to one, because these things are not small. Like, look at that. That's someone standing by one. That's how big this thing is. And it was probably going like 30 miles an hour when it was getting demobilized.
That's hilarious. Let's see that one more time. Come on, Jamie. Let's see it one more time.
Man, pull up the video, Jamie. Here we go.
Look, here it goes. The Russians to freak out. Look, one little boom. Oh no!
And he's saying,
it's like they literally turned the key and was smashing the accelerator at the exact same time they turned the key. It was instantaneous torque.
Man, I'm telling you, man, that was crazy right there. Dude, I'm not going to lie, man. That almost looked like a freight train, like getting like propelled forward by a rocket or something like that. Because this thing is the size of a freight train. Like, this thing is huge. These things are mad. Like, let me go see if I can get you all the dimensions on this thing. Because, like, dimensionally, they're huge. So, let's see here. I'm sure it's up here somewhere. The length. No, that's the missile. I was about to be like, this thing is not 110 inches long. It's way longer than that. Well, they're not going to tell us how big the thing is? That's bullshit. Like, okay, whatever. You know what? It's big. That's what I know. It's big. I can look at it. I can tell you it's big. It looks big to me. But moving on from that and further on down towards Novikakhovka and specifically the off-brand Lyubimivka, we got to see that the Ukrainians were dropping hammers on the Russians with some heavy metal. They were dropping the bass and they were dropping the hammers. Oh! And here comes another one. They said, you like that, Ruski? Have a second one. And they drop another hammer on him. And there goes one Russian. He was running away. Look at him. Man, he was like, up, Liat.
He's escaping. He's running to somewhere. He doesn't know where, but he's leaving.
Honestly, it seemed like he was walking off, man. He was probably hearing, hello, darkness, my old friend. That's like the third place he's been, like, slammed in by a hammer. But that's the end of that clip. And moving on from that, nice to see. But now it's time for us to move on to the real business, a secret bomb factory. This is where SpongeBob got that pie in that one episode where, Squidward or someone, Matthew, was like, where are these pies from? They're like, it's a bomb. They were made in a bomb factory. They're bombs. You remember that, Matthew?
Yeah, I remember that one.
That's this factory. Like, this is it right here. So without further ado, here is the clip.
Just kilometers from the front line, a Ukrainian bomb factory operates under the radar. This isn't high tech, it's survival. Like a weapons grocery store, frontline units come here to shop for weapons to take back to battle. For the first time, Ivanich, the man behind it all, is speaking out. He says his factory is responsible for over 30,000 Russian deaths.
Allegedly, that you are responsible for over 30,000 Russian deaths. Can you confirm this?
Видишь?
Man, a few words.
I'm Audrey McAlpine with United 24 Media, and right now we're on our way to look inside of a Ukrainian bomb factory. Now, this factory is led by a gentleman named Ivanich, and he's the head of the 3rd Regiment. The 3rd Regiment is a special operations group within the Ukrainian Armed Forces. This is the first time that he's ever spoken with press. He'll be meeting with us today and giving us an exclusive look inside of this factory.
We're creating ammo trucks that work on the front line, reassembling old weapons and engineering new solutions. The range of ammunition we get is massive. Anything and everything. Take a javelin or NLAW from the front lines. Maybe hit by shrapnel but still intact inside. That explosive can power an FPV drone or be dropped on someone. Or take a grenade, add a counterweight or a tail, and now it's ready for aerial drops. Everything, what you know, and even what you don't, can be turned into a weapon. You just have to get creative. The main thing is safety.
man, say that in the United States, and these magical people called the ATF pop up at your door, and they go, "Hey, what are you talking about?" Like it's like
Yes, you're getting a little too creative around here. All right, yeah, let's hear a little bit more about your creativity. Yeah,
yeah, man, it's like, dude, the Secret Service shows up with like copies of your tweets on like copy paper, and they just lay them out on the table. They're like, "So tell me, what does this mean?" Like it's like you can't.
Well, I heard you were the artistic type.
Yeah, we heard that you consider this to be art making. Tell us how. Like it's like tell us in 300 words how this is art making.
We're working with explosives. Anything can happen. Every bullet has a name on it. Whether it's for the Russians or for us here in the factory.
What
you
do you
have
mean
to
by
be a
that?
master of your craft.
You have not met your quotas.
Yeah, really.
Like it's like, what does that
I don't
mean?
think he said that. He didn't translate that one properly or something. That one didn't sound right.
Excuse me, boss. Can I have a raise?
We have a
Secretary, can you
name
leave
for
the
you.
room really quickly? It's like it's like, and they just hear that. And it's like, everyone back to work. And it's like, I don't know what that means.
I've got to be honest, the atmosphere in here is quite tense. You walk around and there are enough explosives to do some serious damage.
That's probably why the atmosphere's tense. Like that's what I would assume. It's like it's a bomb factory. Sure, people are tense.
Earlier, we were walking and they showed us just a table of household objects. Each one of them was booby-trapped with different munitions. And even just now walking, you definitely want to be very sure of where your next step is.
Do they have like bombs just laying on the floor? Like you could just step on them and they go off, and like the whole factory goes up. Like, you gotta be careful.
This manager wants to keep them on their toes. You know what I mean? Like, you make sure you don't step where you're not supposed to. You're going to get clapped.
Quite literally keeping them on their toes. You have little toe popper landmines just hanging out on the floor in the factory. It's like, watch out, man. It's like, you better watch out, dude. That's like the equivalent of Amazon making sure you don't get like a restroom break in the warehouse. Is that this guy just put toe popper mines in front of the restroom? You know, so that way if you want to go, it has to be cleared out of the way first.
Necessity is the mother of invention. And in Ukraine, there's no luxury of endless supplies.
У нас ничего не викидається. Все вработают.
We can't afford to throw away ammunition like the US.
What?
In Ukraine,
What does he mean by that? What does he mean by that?
We're catching strays for no reason.
What does he mean by that? We were literally throwing it away to you guys. What the hell do you mean by that? We can't
Really?
well, I guess we better conserve them and stop giving ammo to Ukraine then, you know, because that's where we're throwing the ammo away at right now is in Ukraine. So,
Man, what a goofy statement.
yeah, that's like, what the hell's the point of throwing shade? It's like, yeah, we got $1 trillion budget. Cry about it. I don't know.
nothing goes to waste. Everything is used.
Nothing goes to waste in America. We are giving you the ammo that's old. It's not going to waste. We're not throwing it away. Like, what is this guy talking about?
Absolutely everything. We're not as rich as America.
Okay, come
Sure,
on, bro.
there's some brand new ammo, but it's rare. Very rare. We can make better ammo for this war than the US, Israel, or the
Oh my
UK
God.
if we had the money.
Okay, listen, I'm going to have to be honest here, all right? There's going to have to be some humbling here. No, they wouldn't. That just won't happen. Because does he not understand that the United States has the most advanced industrial abilities in the world? I mean, sure, we don't have the number of industrial abilities like China, but that is a stretch to say that you would be able to beat out the best weapons manufacturers, literally the top 3, the United States, Israel, and the UK, with enough money. It's like, it's not just about money, it's about industrial abilities, machining abilities, a million other things. It's like, whoa, buddy, calm down there, easy now.
And also, it's like we have some of the like highest R&D budgets for like developing new weaponry in the world, and it's like if we don't have like, you know, the quote unquote best ammunition, there's only like only so many ways you can actually make advanced ammunition. Then, you know, nobody's gonna have it because we have the biggest budget. So I don't even understand what this guy's point is. Like, I get the like slight feeling this guy like kind of has hostile feelings toward the United States the way he's talking. I don't know what that's about, but it's kind of like a little irritating.
That it's on it. I'm not gonna lie. It's really like. I'll be honest with y'all. My knee-jerk reaction to an endless stream of comments like this from someone like him, where it's like, "Listen, we are just better than America in every way." It's like, well, how come you're having to get American support to keep fighting the war? If you're that good, you ought to be able to win it with what you have, right? You know, it's like let's be humble. So let's be humble. The United States doesn't exist on a pedestal. We exist with dozens of allies that are also equally important and valuable to the United States as the United States is to itself. Let's not get over ourselves, and let's not act like Ukraine is some sort of a magic man, because it's like Iran thought they were a magic man and Iraq thought they were a magic man until the United States arrived, and then it looked like they weren't. It's like, let's just remember that, because saying statements like this can start to get on American nerves. And it's like, as always, every citizen of a country is an ambassador of that nation to everyone they run into that is not from the United States or isn't from Ukraine. So making comments like that might not...
Although it is just one guy, though, I will say that. Like, I see people in the comments talking about, oh, it's just one guy. It is true. It's just this guy. But I particularly, like, I don't know why this particular guy is making statements like this. Like, we haven't heard statements like this from pretty much anybody else on these videos. So I don't know what the U.S. has done to piss this particular Ukrainian off, but it sounds like he's a little bit miffed about something.
Yeah, like also I see some people saying, let's not blow it out of proportion. I'm not blowing it out of proportion. I'm just saying, like, in particular, when statements like this are made by some people, it's like, let's slow the roll here a little bit. It's like, I get that there's a war going on and everything, but that doesn't mean just because you're in a war that you're the best in the world. You know, it's like there's a lot more metrics to it than just that. It's like you're in a warehouse somewhere, who knows where, building $5 bombs. It's like that does not mean that you're on the level of America, you know? It's like that's really the point I'm trying to make here. But anyways, moving on from that.
We've built weapons before, and we've done it well. But now, with no budget, we're left with nothing. Everyone's waiting for an American miracle or some foreign savior, but the truth is, we could do it better ourselves. Invest in...
What the hell's up with all this shade? I'm not gonna lie. I'm not getting the shade.
Yeah, I'm not getting it either. I wasn't going to say nothing else beyond that point, but I was thinking, it's like he's still like going on about it. And it's like also we're dumping money like crazy, like with our equipment and also actual monetary support to Ukraine. That was United 24 made a bad mistake by letting this guy speak, I think, because all their other videos like are pretty much positive. Like people are grateful for U.S. support. This guy does not sound grateful.
Yeah, I mean, like literally every single person who's ever touched an American weapon in Ukraine, they're like, the Bradleys are the best. Like they're literally just, you cannot beat them. You know, the Abrams are really good. The M4s are great. The 155 millimeter artillery pieces are wonderful. Like everyone has so many good things to say in Ukraine about American military support and European military support. And then this guy comes along, he's like, we're just simply the best. I mean, no one can beat us. Everything else sucks. Like, we can make a $5 bomb. It's like, yeah, but can you make a laser guided artillery shell like the Excalibur? The answer is no. That's why you haven't. It's like, so let's be humble here, because that's annoying as hell. This is one person, by the way, but it is annoying to hear statements like this from just one person alone. It's like, what the hell? What's this standpoint coming from?
Production, and you'll see the results. Before the war, I was a businessman. But when it started in 2014, I joined because it threatened my family. And I'll never forgive the Russians for that. If you have a family and kids and can't protect them, then why the fuck were you born? Russia thinks they can come here and tell me what to do. But they're wrong. They claim to be strong and powerful. It's bullshit. They will be beaten. If we'd been better prepared, maybe this wouldn't have happened.
Well, wait a minute. Hold up. I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep on going on this, but I thought Ukraine, according to him, was the latest and the greatest. They were better than America, the UK, Israel combined in weapons manufacturing and abilities. They could just do everything. How come they weren't prepared? Like, now he's contradicting his own story. Like, you know, come on. It doesn't make sense.
In the past, we were distracted, but now we're focused. Technology is Ukraine's path to victory. We shouldn't fight meat for meat. We don't need to let technology do the fighting for us. Drones in the air, drones on the ground. People need to sit down and figure this out. We have bright minds and successful startups. It's time to put them to work.
Many U.S. weapons sent to Ukraine are defunct, some dating back to the 1950s. Instead of risking...
What the hell's the point of this video?
Yeah, I'm not understanding this video, man. Like, I'm curious to hear the rest of it at this point.
Yeah.
Lives with battlefield trials, ammo is being repurposed to fit Ukraine's needs on an ever-changing battlefield, where new technology, like drones, is replacing classical artillery. From our talks with Ivanich today, it's clear that though the West is sending a lot of weapons, they're not always the weapons that Ukraine needs, whether that's because they're defunct or they're just not packaged in a proper way. And that couldn't have been more clear, this contrast between old and new, which has come to define the war. And that was seen just where you see guys opening up these explosives, taking the parts that they need and repurposing them, using drones, using robots. And I think that, again, what Ukraine is doing is it's really teaching the West and the world what it looks like to fight a modern war.
All right. I mean, if you want to believe that, go right ahead. I mean, Ukraine's doing a good job of fighting the war, but as one other YouTuber once told me one time, and I honestly was irritated with him for saying it. He said it's not a pissing contest. I would actually have to use that phrase and say that to that video. I would say it's not a pissing contest. It's not about who can fight the war better. It's just about we're trying to help you survive, and that's the end of it. Honestly, though, I think the businessman in the shop there, he sounds a little bit bitter that he had to leave his business to actually go do this thing here to create the bombs and stuff to defend the country. It sounds like he's understandably a bit bitter, but someone creating the video should have figured out it's probably not a good idea to publish a video like that with a guy that sounds bitter because it's probably not the best thing for public image.
I'd have to say maybe there was a translation error there, but the woman at the end speaking in English didn't seem to be really contradicting the translation much, so it looks like that was the actual comments. I'm not really getting the point of them. I'm going to largely bite my tongue on that because that's the first time ever that I've seen someone act like the United States is just shit to Ukraine and doesn't really mean much of anything. Usually everyone else says opposite. Zelensky says opposite and says that Ukraine wouldn't survive without American support. So I don't know what the hell's wrong with that guy. I don't know what his problem is. But it's a little bit aggravating coming from an American standpoint, because I'm not a Ukrainian, I'm an American, to hear someone just dog on American support because the alternative is that we wouldn't support them. And then I would bet you, and we're talking about this one guy, this isn't representative of the whole Ukrainian situation, but I would bet you that if we weren't supporting him, he would then be bitching that America wasn't supporting Ukraine, but then when we would support him, he's bitching that it's not good enough, or he doesn't like it, or that Ukraine's just simply so good, they don't even need the support. I'm not really getting it. But anyways, moving on from that, probably not the best video that we've ever seen come out from United 24. I'd actually say that's probably qualitatively the worst. It is time for us to move on to the address from the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. And so, without further ado, he literally got right into it right there. Here is the speech. Speech!
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці, українки. Щойно провів ставку у головне наші операції з дронами та закупівлі на цей рік. Закупівлі усього, що необхідно силам оборони. Сьогодні доповідали щодо контрактів, тих, які вже виконуються, і тих, які заплановані. Це спільне завдання виробників зброї, наших урядовців та всіх, хто залучений, зробити цей рік рекордним щодо дронів всіх видів, а також суттєво наростити виробництво українських ракет, артилерії, всієї необхідної техніки. Я доручив збільшити кількість замовлень дронів, це вже виконується, наші арсенали – це одна з гарантій незалежності, як і влучність наших воїнів. І я дякую всім нашим підрозділам, які завдають ударів по території Росії, по військових об'єктах, по військовій логістиці окупанта. Все більше має бути таких важливих результатів. Хороший є також санкційний удар на цьому тижні. Я вдячний партнерам за це. Є американські санкції проти нафтового сектору Росії, санкції проти тіньового танкерного флоту, проти компаній, таких як Сургутнефтегаз, це особистий гаманець Путіна. Також дякую за санкції проти функціонерів Росатома, і це важливо тиснути на російську атомку за те, що вони досі утримують в заручниках нашу Запорізьку атомну станцію. Велика Британія теж робить свої нові санкційні кроки, щоб обмежити доходи Москви від енергоресурсів. Є новий санкційний пакет і від Японії проти російського виробництва зброї. Обмежується постачання компонентів, деякі вагомі схеми, що підтримують російське виробництво зброї. Цими днями під час візиту в Італію теж говорили, зокрема, щодо санкцій. Італія принципово підтримує цей тиск на Росію Я дякую за допомогу в блокуванні російських схем обходу санкцій. Також за спільну роботу в ЄС для продовження всіх форм примусу Росії до миру. Сьогодні також міністр оборони Умєров доповів щодо своїх перемовин на Рамштайні з партнерами. Наші оборонні коаліції, вони працюють ефективно. І ще один результат цього тижня – наші хлопці із сил спеціальних операцій, а саме тактична група номер 84, а також воїни-десантники взяли в полон 2 солдатів з Північної Кореї. Вони живі і вже доставлені в Київ в полон. Їх взяли на Курщині, і це було непросто. Інші військові з Північної Кореї та росіяни намагаються добивати своїх поранених корейців. І саме, щоб вони не потрапили в полон. Зараз ці двоє отримують медичну допомогу, спілкуються зі слідчими СБУ. Росіяни видають цим корейцям свої документи, але нікого цим не обмануть. Саме Росія робить все для продовження і розширення війни і буде за це відповідати. Слава всім нашим воїнам! Слава Україні!
And Huron
Slava.
And
I'm glad to hear Zelensky's still positive about it. Like, he is positive, like everyone else is. And by the way, folks, I want to say this real quick because I see people in the live chat thinking that we're making a wide sweeping generalization here. I want to make it clear. We've watched a ton of United 24 videos of all the Ukrainians being positive and thanking the U.S. and being very grateful. We know the Ukrainians are grateful. We've spoken to several of them, actually. And also, we've heard on several different other videos from the front lines. The soldiers are incredibly grateful for everybody's help. Our only point was this. That guy in the video, maybe it was a translation error, maybe they didn't translate it properly, but it sounded like it was a certain narrative the guy was putting out. It sounded like one bitter fellow. So don't let that taint your entire view of Ukraine support because it was just the one guy saying that. And there will always be people that have sort of a bad attitude and a bad outlook about things and want to be bitter about pretty much everything. But that does not represent them as a whole. So just keep that in mind. Just want to clear that up.
Yeah, and I also want to say that as well, because for the entire war, we have seen that everyone in Ukraine has been ecstatic about American weaponry and American support, and we've provided more support in the United States than the entire world combined outside of the U.S. It's been a massive amount of support that we've provided to Ukraine, and pretty much every single Ukrainian has been grateful. But that video in particular, it went against everything that we've seen so far in was largely insulting. That's what I would generally say. I don't know why in the world United 24 chose to speak to that guy and then make the narrative of the video that America isn't doing enough and America sucks and Ukraine could just win on their own anyways, so who cares about America? Don't really know what the point of making that kind of a message in one of those videos is, because United 24's entire purpose, the reason why it was founded by the office of the president of Ukraine, which is Zelensky, was so that way United 24 could reach across the threshold that exists in between the Ukrainian world and the Western world, and to show the Western world that Ukraine is grateful and appreciative for Western support, and further show the struggles of the Ukrainian soldiers as a reason why the West should support their country. So it's a little bit weird that an organization that was made specifically to make the West Ukraine's friends would then go out of their way to make a video where they talk crap about the United States. That was something that was weird to me. It's a general outlier, but one thing
I have a feeling that Zelensky saw that video, because I'm sure Zelensky doesn't monitor every single little thing that United 24 does, because of course he's actually trying to fight the war. United 24 is simply an organization which he started to basically start taking in donations to help the war effort. But I'm sure if he saw that, he'd probably be not too happy with it, because Zelensky's been saying publicly for a long time that he's very grateful for U.S. support, and it looks like United 24 almost undermined that with that one video right there, because it could give people the wrong impression that the Ukrainians are not grateful, which is false, because the Ukrainians are very grateful. The civilians are super grateful for all the help. In fact, it's the only thing the civilians have to ensure that they are actually able to survive. So, just one bad egg. So that's not going to spoil it for me or anybody else. So we'll just have to overlook that one fellow there, but not the best attitude in the world.
No, not the best attitude at all. I would generally say this is why knee-jerk wise I was giving the reactions I was giving. Any American that stumbles on that video that doesn't really pay a lot of attention to the Ukraine war is going to be getting the message that Ukraine thinks America's stupid, it's shit, doesn't even really matter, who cares, Ukraine can win on their own. And that's not a good message to be sending to people who may just be looking into the Ukraine war very seldomly or for the first time ever, and that's the message they see. That's not doing much to endear Ukraine to the United States or American citizens to supporting the Ukrainian cause. It's not good for the long term, and I generally would think that it would be smart for United 24 to put out a correction to that video or just remove it, because it's not really going to be doing a lot to endear Americans who may be hearing for one of the few times ever something from Ukraine, and then hearing that. That would be generally the case, because once again, the reality of the thing is, because some people might say, well, maybe America isn't giving enough support. The alternative is that we give nothing. So they can either always be very nice and cooperative with the United States, which would, of course, endear them further and get them more support, or they can start to say stuff like that, and then Americans might not be that apt to support Ukraine. We know that Ukraine is a country worth supporting. It's within our strategic interests, but sending out messages like that may encourage other people that it's actually the alternative. But with that, I hope that does address that fairly well. And we do have a very interesting question to ask every single one of y'all, as we were able to hear that will the captured North Korean soldiers provide any valuable intel to Ukrainian forces? And a lot of people believe that the answer to that is just entirely no. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so to reiterate the question one more time, it says, will the captured North Korean soldiers provide any valuable intel to Ukrainian forces? So 59% of the audience said no, the North Koreans are ignorant of strategy, while 23% said they might know something, and 13% said yes, they have some valuable intel. And honestly, considering what they've already said, I don't think they know anything. And I don't think they're lying to simply get around the fact that they're going to be interrogated. I think they're actually telling the truth here. And they don't know actually what's going on at all. They're just being told, go this way, go that way, pick up that gun, shoot that person over there. And basically, that's the end for them, because either they get caught, captured, or killed by the Ukrainians. So they really probably honestly won't have much information at all. They're pretty much blind to the whole situation. And if they catch maybe a high-ranking North Korean, if that's even possible, as I'm sure they're way behind the lines, then maybe they'll get some information. But unless it's that, then probably not. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that they're most likely just ignorant of everything. I mean, they probably even don't know much more than the unit they were in. So I would generally say that they're completely unimportant in terms of the big picture. Their capture, it's not really going to result in much. They'll just be taken, processed, probably put into a POW camp with the rest of them. And maybe they would be interesting to hear from about the condition of what life is like in North Korea for the United States to get a good idea of what North Korea looks like post-Wuhan Whirlybird. But beyond that, we're not really going to be getting much more from them than that alone. Also, some people are probably thinking, well, why in the world would we want to get that information? Well, it's actually fairly important to understand what the political situation in North Korea looks like internally, is understanding what the country is looking like. And we have a very minimal grasp or understanding of what the conditions are like in North Korea right now, because North Korea has heavily militarized their border with China to stop defectors, or really people escaping the country as refugees, because most of them escaped from North Korea through China. And so for this reason, there's a lot less defectors coming out at this point, and this is giving the United States a very minimal amount of touch points to work with to figure out what's going on in North Korea right now on the social level. And so with this in mind, seeing that there are 2 prisoners that have been taken, that would give us a pretty decent ability to start working on gathering more information on what the internals of North Korea are looking like right now in the present day, because they only left North Korea in late 2024. So this means that they would have the most up-to-date image of what North Korea is looking like internally right now. And so with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so that's our last poll to address for the night. So we are now moving on from that one and moving back into our Super Chat questions, and we have some very good ones to cover. So also, by the way, real quick, before we jump into our Super Chats, by the way, I forgot, Enforcer, we have not covered any of the fire news, by the way, coming from Los Angeles.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It looks like it actually is still heating up. It looks like the winds are intensifying like crazy. I just saw some footage come out of that. So let's take a quick second before we move on to our Super Chats and cover a little bit of that, just to give the viewers an update on what's happening.
And we can see here some of the firefighting efforts of the day. Also, we're going to be muting the music, but we can see the helicopters flying over the Palisades fire here. And once again, showing it continuing to move towards Brentwood and also Encino. when you see the firefighting efforts from air. They're actually saying that this is the largest airborne firefighting operation in history at this point, with the amount of aircraft that are involved.
They brought in the big guns too. They brought in like the DC-10s, like full of fire retardant as well. It's quite a sight to see. I think we have a video of one flying over across too.
I think we do, actually. It was really, really cool.
These guys are really like brave for flying straight through the fire like that. I know that's their job, but like to actually be physically flying through the fire like that, literally flying straight through it, that's got to be a bit intimidating.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Also, B-21 Raider was talking about some things that the North Korean propaganda says to the North Korean citizenry. They actually retcon some of that. Like, back in the day, they actually used to say that Kim Jong-il and the Kim family had a special ability to where they could teleport. They retconned that a few years ago and said that that was not the case. So, a little interesting how that works. But we can also see the Chinook here throwing down some water onto the fire as well, once again trying to slow its blaze.
That was a good drop, too. It was like straight on the line.
Aw, man, did someone say line?
Aw, man. If only I had a desk.
And a chair, a nice, comfortable chair. And look at that. Also, there's been a lot of international support around the fire. We got to give a huge shout out to Canada and multiple other countries that have been offering and giving support to the city of LA during the fire. It's been a tremendous help from what we've heard. And it's always great to know that a lot of countries out there have the United States back, just like the United States has their back.
Also, by the way, I think this was pretty much most of this footage right here, by the way. If you want to move on to a different one, I just saw a video. It's at the very top of our feed, by the way. It's of the hurricane force winds blowing these palm trees. Look at that.
Dang.
Like, that is the wind, by the way. 100-mile-an-hour sustained winds. It's like a hurricane with fire instead of rain. It's insane to see that. And also, those palm trees are burning from the inside, it looks like.
That's crazy. Also, where in the world is that video of that MD-11 that we had today? Where is that?
It's down here somewhere. I think you went back too far. Let me go see here. It's I think it's in the middle here somewhere. Let me go take a peek.
Take a peek, Matthew. Take a extra peek. A triple peek, maybe. I know
it's in here. I know I reposted it, man. Let's see here. I know I did.
What are you talking about, Jack? Oh, of course I reposted it. What the hell do you mean? I'm not seeing it. It's not here.
Let me go get it real quick. It must maybe got unposted or something. Let me go see. Let's see here. Oh, come on now. They got to bring this one back. This was crazy footage.
This is ridiculous.
Okay, give me just a second, folks. I got to get this piece of footage for you. For some reason, it got taken away from our profile for some reason. I don't know why that is. Maybe it never reposted and I just didn't catch it. Let's see here. Damn, man. Like, where'd it go? Like, hold on. I got to find this. DC-10 flying Los Angeles. Let's see here. Bringing in the big guns. Los Angeles fire. Let's see if that pulls it up.
We'll find it here in a second. We will. We promise you all that. We do assure you all of that. Also, here's some footage from inside the Palisades fire as well, right here.
That's crazy right there. It's like the apocalypse you're looking at.
Yeah, it's insane. And a lot of the city looks like this right now. At least the areas around Altadena and Brentwood and Encino are also starting to look like this right now, too.
So sadly, I don't have the footage. And it was really crazy footage, too. Like, that was the one I was telling you, unfortunately, I want to show the most tonight. And it's not even on our profile anymore. So they must have deleted it or something. So sadly, we don't have it. It's disappointing.
Man, that's baloney. Let me go look for it. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. Maybe I can type in MD-11. Yeah, maybe I can find it this way. Oh, let's see here.
I'm gonna keep on trying. Let's see. Do you find it?
Fiddlesticks! It must be a D. I'm doubting that it's a DC-10, but I'm guessing that it has to be because I'm not seeing anything under MD-11. So let me go type in. Oh, I found it, Matthew. I found it.
You did? Oh, come on. Let's see it.
Look, there's
there
the
it is.
plane.
Hey.
See, there it is. And look at this. Watch, here it comes. Actually, it's not that one. It's this one. Holy moly!
Look at that.
That is crazy. Look at this thing right here.
Do we have sound on, or is that music?
And there was music. It was
the video.
specifically a it was let's see, Painted Black, which is copyrighted as hell, so we could not play it. But look at that thing go.
Look at that capacity too. That thing is like carrying a ton.
Oh, that is so cool to see. I think that's the biggest firefighting plane in the world, by the way.
It is. That's the 10 tanker.
But let me go see if I can find another one of those clips. Oh, let's see. We can't show those because those are from a news channel. Let's see.
Also, let's see here. Gunfox reposted one to me of the thing actually flying through. Let me go ahead and I'm going to put a like.
Oh, you want to see it from
a like tab too?
Check this out. Here it is from another angle. Take a look at this. So here comes the private jet that leads it in because it has to have one, and then there's the big boy, the DC-10.
Man, that is like honestly scary as hell to see that thing flying over like that, but that's pretty cool.
That is wild. Absolutely crazy. I gotta say, y'all, I love watching this thing at work. It's just such a cool thing. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute, that's not it. Let's see here. Let's forward through this one. That's not it. Let me see if I can go find another one just with raw sound.
Also, by the way, while the Enforcer is looking for that, just to let y'all know, the C-130s equipped with the MAF system, which is the Air Force's version of a conversion kit for the C-130 to be a firefighting aircraft, they have arrived and they started their airdrops already with those kits, so they are there. And also, by the way, several people were arrested today for arson. One was arrested at a trailhead, sort of near, I think, one of the national forests up there. And also another person, apparently a homeless man, was arrested near Pioneer Park in Los Angeles County. So it looks like they got people out here causing trouble on top of the other issues they're having.
Yeah, sadly, I can't find any additional clips with raw ambience, so we won't be able to show those. But we did get to see the airdrops from inside of a C-130 today, speaking of those Air Force C-130s. So here's the clip.
Nice views.
Yeah, very nice views.
Honestly, like when you look at this footage right here, you look at it and you think, that looks like a firefighting nightmare, like the way these valleys are done and things like that.
Yeah.
The only way to attack this is by aerial drops, because it's hard to get firefighters in the valleys and ridges like that because it's just such a difficult terrain.
And also, you could just sweep around them. You know, when you think about it, you could just sweep the fire around the valleys, and then they're pretty much trapped in the middle of the fire. It's got to be tough to fight this thing. And we also got to see more scenes from Altadena, we believe. Actually, apparently, this is, they're calling it the Palisades fire, but some of this looks like it came from Altadena. So this is just generally more of a look at the actual damage being caused by the fires throughout everywhere that's being affected in LA. Brentwood, Palisades, Encino, Altadena. Here's the clips that we have.
Also, these guys are madmen for riding their like little motorcycles through this mess like this, like with embers flying in their face and also the smoke, just crazy. But interesting footage.
It truly is an apocalypse right now in some parts of LA.
Imagine if you got like a nail or a puncture in your tire at this point, like you'd be screwed.
Oh my lord. Dude, don't even think about that, man. That's too scary.
Look at that. This is like what you imagine if a nuke was dropped like somewhere. This is what you imagine like some of the like a perimeter of the nuclear blast looking like. This fire and just destruction everywhere like this. It's crazy to see this in an American city like that.
It really is.
Also, by the way, like I don't know if y'all heard, but apparently a ton of like celebrities got run out of their homes today because the fire is moving toward Brentwood and they had to evacuate. And you know, they were just in tatters. Everybody's in tatters that's running off from that area because of the fires. It's just the scenes coming out of there are so sad. Like honestly, the people are having to run from their homes. All their family memories are there. I know I said this last night, but it's just still like more videos of that coming out. And also, unfortunately, the casualty count keeps going up as well. I think it's up to 16 now, which is terrible.
Yeah, it's absolutely horrendous. Not only that, but the Eden fire is continuing to spread as well throughout more areas of Altadena. We can see that most of Altadena has been burned, almost all the way up to Interstate 210 in some areas. And then over here, when you see that the fire has moved across the mountain, it actually stopped moving towards Malibu. Malibu somehow actually ended up surviving. The actual town did. But Monte Nido was consumed by the fire. And also, we are now understanding that the fire is moving into Encino. It's already there. And it's also moving into Brentwood right now. And it's getting fairly close to the Getty on top of this hill. Interesting enough, I actually found out that the Getty, and I believe the Getty Villa as well, was built by John Paul Getty, who was a major oil baron during the earlier part of the last century and the middle part as well. I think he died sometime in the 1970s, if I'm correct, but his will was the thing that led to the construction of the Getty in Los Angeles right here, and also the maintenance and upkeep of it.
Also, by the way, Enforcer, it looks like they had some more road closures on this map that I haven't noticed before. It looked like they've closed the roads in front of Santa Monica down there. Like, scroll back down to Santa Monica. Yeah, they've closed down that main road all the way down to, looks like the central downtown part of Santa Monica, which is not, that was not closed earlier today, I don't think. I haven't seen it on Google like this. Let me put it that way. It might have been closed, but I haven't seen it. And also up around the top areas as well, there near Altadena, that looks like they've closed more roads there as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see. I think they closed that down though because it's a throughway that leads literally just out of Santa Monica and straight up the highway. So they just shut it down so that way people don't even get on it. Also, Max said, "Is the Hollywood sign burn?" No, that's all AI generation bull crap. Like people have been sending that around all day today, going, "Look, it's burning." Finally, and it's AI made. It's not real. So, no, the Hollywood sign's still there. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, Matthew, I understand that we actually have a decent amount of questions. So what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first super chat, the last segment, this one goes to Weatherby Studios, a longtime channel legend. It makes a big return once again, and thank you very much, Weatherby, for that $50 support. Very generous of you, and thank you very much. And they said, "I'm behind on the show, and I haven't supported in a while, and cheers, LSA."
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And it's perfectly fine. Better late than never is what we always say. But I do thank you so much once again for enjoying this channel and supporting it and helping it to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep it running. And so with that, a massive thanks to you so much once again. Thank you for being here tonight and enjoying it a great deal. Because we always love to know that folks who have been around forever, legends and old guards, are still watching and still enjoying the channel enough to find it worthwhile to support. And so with that, thank you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and also, let me
dang!
Oh, dang! Thank you very much, Rita Fuchs. Actually, let's cover that because I just shouted that out. Thank you very much, Rita Fuchs. You just threw in that $300 donation, the largest super chat of the night. Massive support. Like it goes without saying that is massive support. And huge thanks to you, Rita, for once again coming through with that massive support like that. That is extremely generous, like I said. And of course, like we always say as well, it helps to keep us running, and we really do appreciate that. That is huge support. But Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta give a massive shout out and appreciation to Rita Fuchs. That is massive, huge right there. The biggest super chat that we've gotten, I think, in a bit. And I gotta thank you massively for that and really enjoying this channel and helping it to keep on running because that is your 10th super chat ever. And I think every single one of the super chats you've thrown in, Rita Fuchs, has been about that size. And we gotta thank you massively for that because you've been helping this channel to keep on running for a very, very long time. And we are massively appreciative and grateful for your support because you continue to keep the enforcers alive and paying the bills and also make it possible for the Lee Spring Army to keep on rolling. And so a massive thanks once again for the support, and thank you so much once again for helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, where would we be? We wouldn't be here. And so big thanks to you so much once again. And also, you didn't throw in a comment, but I hope you do know, I think I said it incredibly well, that we are massively grateful and appreciative for your support. And so a huge thanks once again. And Matthew, I believe that you were itching to say something news-wise during that. So what do we got?
Yes. And also, by the way, Well, we don't do this all the time, but I'm going to do it this time. Brian Champion said, can we get a big LSA welcome for a first-time viewer and new supporter, my sister, Monica? And welcome, Monica, to the LSA as well. Brian's been around the channel for a long time as well, and we're glad to have the both of you. But also, by the way, since Rita did not leave a comment, we will grab a top news article instead in honor of Rita's super chat. And this one is going to go to an article I just saw on Twitter. Apparently, we are seeing reports that allegedly 2 masked suspects are running around on a scooter in the fire zones, and they're suspected of committing arson in Runyon Canyon Park. And it looks like the local residents are reporting spotting these individuals on the scooter running around. And apparently one has a blowtorch, and they're brushing stuff up there near Runyon Canyon, and they're catching stuff on fire. So we've been hearing a lot of reports today of arson, by the way. And many people have been speculating for the entire time these fires have been running that maybe they are all arsons. And I think the ATF was brought in this morning to start investigating these fires. They're trying to get to the bottom of it with the help of the local investigators. And I'm beginning to wonder at this point, and this is just speculation, I'm beginning to wonder if all these fires are arsons. Because with all this proof of arson going around and people getting arrested left and right, it looks like, to me, it looks like, in my personal opinion, I say this with some hesitancy because I know people are going to have some, thoughts about it. It looks like maybe a coordinated effort. I know they're claiming these people are homeless people, but how do homeless people get a hold of blowtorches? Because I thought the whole point of being homeless was you're sort of low on funds. So how are you buying flamethrowers and blowtorches and setting fire to stuff? That doesn't make much sense. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would agree with that. It's an incredibly weird thing, and generally, I've always been saying, really since the start. I remember someone gave me some smoke, pun intended, for it. But I was saying way back from the beginning, I was saying it's a little weird that all of these fires are beginning under the worst conditions possible for a fire to begin. It looks deliberate, possibly like arson to me. And then, of course, some people wanted to give crap and be like, "Yeah, you're just an idiot, Enforcer." And I made sure to say that it was my opinion, not the news, but still got crap for it. And it looks as though now everyone's really starting to lean towards it's arson. I gotta tell y'all, sometimes, not trying to make this all about what we said because it's a tragedy, but sometimes we feel like we get crucified for saying the obvious, and then everyone hops on board later, literally like a day or two later sometimes. This time it was a couple of days, like maybe 3 or 4, but it seems as though even the authorities are moving towards these being acts of arson and not just random fires that were being started. So with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, at least in the knowledge that we know of right now. But if they do turn out to be arsons, I didn't report that as news, so I cannot say that the Enforcer got to it first. But I did say that my opinion was that it was most likely arson, and so I guess that the opinion was possibly confirmed if that happens. But it doesn't really matter. It's not really like it's a competition of egos. But still, in the sense of just being right, I guess that counts. But what do we got, Matthew?
Also, I'm seeing people say, I think people are confused here. When I said a blowtorch, I don't mean like a lighter or like a torch that you use to light a cigarette. I'm talking about like one of those butane lighters, but not lighters, the blowtorches, like the handheld blowtorches that actually output like quite a bit of like distance. Those are not used for lighting cigarettes. If you're lighting a cigarette with that, you're going to burn your face off. I'm talking about I'm talking about actual like real blowtorches. That's what these people are getting caught with. They're like big yellow like devices. And I think they're used for roofing, but they're being used to light arson fires right now. So, no, those are not something you typically see people roaming around the streets with unless you're up to something bad. So that's why the police are saying they're catching people with arson paraphernalia. A lighter is typically not considered paraphernalia like that. They're talking about literal blowtorches.
Yeah, and it sounds as though a lot of people are being arrested with these on them, and I'm fairly certain, y'all, that there's just not a lot of random people wandering around LA carrying blowtorches with them all day. Like, that seems a little odd. But let's see here. Someone said, like, a crack pipe torch or a flamethrower. More so on the flamethrower side than anything. So, let's see.
And also, I think people are saying it's used for plumbing, and maybe plumbing. I've seen people use them for roofing, like with the tar and stuff like that. People will pull out like these blowtorch things to like seal the tar or whatever. I'm not a roofer, so I don't know, but it's one of these larger devices, not the small ones.
Let's see. So a lot of people are saying it's probably crackheads, but isn't it kind of weird that crackheads are carrying around blowtorches
and flamethrowers?
Weird, like that seems a little weird to me. I mean, hell, like I don't have a lot of experience. Well, I have no experience actually with drugs, but like, don't they use like a normal lighter for that or something? I've never heard of them using industrial grade blowtorches for that kind of a deal. Seems like overkill to me. But you know, hey, it is what it is. But still, it's a concerning thing. But with that, I hope that does address that fairly well. What?
Also, got one more thing here from David Table. He said, why is the ATF investigating an arson fire and not the FBI or local authorities? That was a question I had as well. I figured that since the ATF showed up on the scene, that maybe they were really strongly suspicioning it was an arson, and the feds wanted to come in to go ahead and get some of the evidence themselves. But actually, I did speak to a former ATF agent. I will not name them because I don't think they want to be named, but I spoke to one, and they don't believe that's the case. They just simply believe they came in to assist with the investigation because apparently the ATF has certified fire investigators on their staff full time. So they have people that are qualified to go in there and actually find the evidence, and they will be looking for things around the scene that is paraphernalia of arson material laying around, and also suspicious things laying around the area where the fire allegedly started. So the ATF actually is equipped, believe it or not, to actually investigate this. So that's why they showed up, to give help to the local investigators.
Man, I hope they're able to get a little bit of sense and more information about what's going on with this a little bit quicker than later, because, you know, these fires are still breaking out all over the place. But let's see here. Let's see. Hang on, I'm trying to see. A lot of people are saying different things in the chat. Let's see. Someone said they couldn't afford a flamethrowing from spending all the money on crack. That's an interesting one. That's actually pretty funny. Let's see here. I mean, maybe. A lot of people have many different theories, and all I can say to all of them is maybe. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see, I suppose. But with that, it's time for us to move on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to, let's see, Michael Smith, who puts in a $30 donation, and thank you very much, Michael Smith, for that 30 Australian, and putting in a super sticker, and thank you very much, good sir, for that support and a super sticker as well. But, Enforcer, what you say?
Hey, and I got to thank you so much for the support, Michael Smith, and helping this channel to keep on running. If it wasn't for folks like you, all the way from the land down under, we wouldn't be able to make this channel passable and keep it running. I got to thank you once again for the massive support. And also, I got to say that you folks down there, y'all are really something. I mean, y'all really are. Most of y'all live in between Sydney and Melbourne, in New South Wales and Victoria. So that's kind of cool when you think about it. And I would assume that you're probably from that area. But still, thank you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And also, one other thing that I got to say is that, you know, Matthew, you know what a dog says when it has a really deep bark? It says burk.
Burk. It's, oh, man, that was stretching.
Man, it kind of was, but I mean, it worked.
I was going to call that one how it is, man. That was stretching.
Man, I mean, man, listen, man, don't make me go all fun. I'm going to give you that yanta bully. You know what I mean?
Man, you're trying to be like the man in the factory. You know, the man in the factory was, you know, he said in the beginning, he said something about like saving the bullets for the workers or something like that. It's like, you know, I don't know. I'm not trying to bash the guy any further, because I know some people were like heated about that, but I think the guy might have been a little angry at everything. But anyways, I'm going to let that one go.
Well, you know, like, I guess the guy was angry because he's fighting Ivanhoe.
Ivanhoe! Hey, look, it's the Russian soldier.
Yes, it is him, bleed. But with that, it's time for us to move on to the next one. So what do we got, Matthew?
And our next one here goes to Made in Canada 182, who puts in a $25 donation. And thank you very much, Made in Canada, for helping to keep us running. And they said, drop the tariffs or we send more Intuit soldiers. And take one from the live chat, please, in LLT, LSA.
And thank you so much for the support, Made in Canada. And we will not be sending more Inuit. Matthew said Intuit. They got that.
Oh, Intuit. That's the people that make QuickBooks. I'm sorry. I meant Inuit.
Man, you know something, man? I've always heard that those Intuit people have this thing that they can do mentally. It's called intuition. It's really cool.
Intuition?
Yeah, it's like, are you intuition? But beyond that, I got to thank you so much for giving support, Made in Canada 182. And I promise we will drop the tariffs. We will not allow a single Inuit mercenary in Russia any farther. So the tariffs will drop. So with that, thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. But I got to say, actually, seriously though, some of the tariffs that America has against Canada right now actually are for a good reason, because Canada produces so much softwood that they actually flood the market in the United States, and they make it to where a lot of the logging industries inside the United States are not competitive pricing-wise. So some of the tariffs against Canadian softwood exist to protect our internal producers of softwood here in America and to make sure that they're not driven out of business by the literal endless supply of softwood that exists in Canada. It's a really interesting thing when you like look into the whole relation there. But still, with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you so much once again for support, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Flash1, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Flash, for always supporting the channel and doing it again tonight. And of course, I have to say it, long time to legend. And Flash said, hello, everyone. And it has taken about 3 years for Russia's economy to near failure. And if China started a war, how long do you think it would take for their economy to fail with world sanctions and LSA?
And I got to thank you so much for the support. And I would say that the Russian economy maybe has another year or two behind it at the longest, and then it will most likely be completely fizzled out by that point. I don't think it can survive that much longer, given the current conditions, the sanctions, and also the damage the Ukraine's inflicting to them over the course of all of these attacks that they've been conducting. I just don't really think it can last. Also, if China started a war, let's see, how long do you think? I would think that it would take their economy a fairly long time. They have a very large economy, and China and the United States can survive with the economy crumbling for much longer. So I would say that in a full-blown major conflict, the United States and China could probably last longer than 5 years each, given a full-scale conventional war like that, if we're not talking about nuclear weapons being involved. But with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, at least in my opinion. And also, really quickly, I gotta put this out, man. I gotta get this one, man. This was too good. I saw you respond to. Someone said, I like this channel, but the host seems to have a bunch of school smarts, but like street smarts. The real world doesn't really apply to the streets. Things are weird out here. So I guess, Matthew, when people have diplomatic negotiations, they're doing them in the hood, I guess. They're not doing them in, like, Moscow or Washington. I don't know what the point of that one is. That one's a funny one.
I'm about to go into negotiations talking about, listen, Putin, you're going to go back to your house. You heard me. You're not going to take nothing out of Ukraine. You heard me. You're going to leave all that stuff alone. We're not taking any more ops here. You're going to go back home. Go back to the crib.
Man, Putin's the gang leader of the 9th block, and the president of the United States is the gang leader of, like, the South Ward. And they come together, and the president's like, hey, listen, Vladimir, you don't want my guy spinning the block, do you? Or something like that. It's just like...
Listen, we're not from Kiev Street. We're not from the Kremlin. You go back to your place, Gremlin. Bye-bye.
I gotta tell you, up in our hood, we wear sneakers. Your people wear slippers. Too poor, too poor. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. Next thing you know, the beast, the limo of the United States, is going to be tricked out, so that way we can make sure that it's more street smart and not school smart. But with that, I hope that does address that well. And also, I think that comment was about me not knowing a lot about narcotics and other forms of drugs. I usually consider that to be a positive, just to let that specific person know. I generally consider that to be a positive, that I'm generally ignorant on that, but well-informed on everything else, instead of the other way around. So with that, we are on to the next one.
Man, man, that fellow right there, thanks for about to tiptoeing Jordans up to the negotiation table or something like that. It's like, dude's talking about, oh man, look, the United States came to the negotiating table dripping today, man. They're on fleek.
Man, no.
But
you know,
anyways,
he thinks the peace negotiations in Ukraine are going to be like the president saying, man, shit, we'll give up some blocks, but we want 5 bitches and hoes. It's like, that's not how the negotiations are going to work, like, at all. Like, that's not at all what we're working off of.
The way you said that was like that one like meme, that fellow who's in like a school or something like that. He was like a substitute teacher, and the guy said, the kid called the substitute teacher something.
Whoever threw
the guy
that paper, your
yeah.
mom's a hoe. Like, yeah, that's how he said it.
Had the same like mentality and like the tone to it and everything. But anyways, enough fooling around. We're gonna move on here to our next super chat, and this one goes to Mitchell Martin, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Mitchell, for that support as well and helping to keep us running. Mitchell said, LSA, and if the engines are out on the ship in the Baltic Sea, why don't they drop anchor?
That's a good question. I believe they may have dropped anchor, but anchors sometimes don't really keep ships in place, especially in areas that have strong currents. If Walter A. Lakota's here, he might correct me on this. But in stronger currents, the ship actually will drag itself. It'll drag the anchor along the ocean floor because the currents are strong enough. The anchor only really serves to slow the movement of the ship, but doesn't completely stop it in place. So with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, at least the best I can from my knowledge, because that would be about the best answer I could give. I'm not really a maritime expert. Walter E. Lakota really is our in-house maritime expert, but that would be about the best answer I could give. And so with that, thank you once again. And we're on to the next one. But I just saw official Commander Hale, man. He said LMA like the prisoners from the Boondocks dating the Booty Warrior. Do you know who that is, Matthew?
I've seen the show. I'm like kind of scared of the show because it's kind of like sketchy and like the
But
language.
have you seen the guy though, where like Chris Hansen showed up in the show and he was like, "Listen, I wasn't here for none of that. I was here for you. Now we can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way. The choice is yours." Like, have you ever seen that?
Man, that sounds like prison.
Man, well, I mean, like, if you saw that episode, man, you have been busted out laughing because it was, like, the most messed up thing. I think that's the thing that the show's remembered for, but that show's also remembered for a lot of other things, not so savory. That was a wild show, but still, I remember that. So we can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way. That's how negotiations are done, like streetwise. But anyways, with there we go. Oh, Rithan got it. I like you and I want you, or something like that. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here goes to Nova Stardust, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Nova, for that support as always, and also for you helping to keep us running as well. We appreciate it, Nova. And Nova said, someone brought up Russian skilled trade shortage, and with them planning on sending more men, including the next generation, into the meat grinder, even if Putin gets what he wants, won't Russia be stunned for generations to come?
Generally, they actually already are, but yes, they would be generationally stunned even further. But the interesting fact about that is that they've actually had that generational stunting since the end of World War II. World War II was so devastating to the Russian generation that was of fighting age in that war that they've never really recovered from that since, and there's a massive population gap every time that generation comes around where they were supposed to have kids, because none of them had kids, they were all dead. So that's something that they've actually been dealing with so far already, and that would actually take a huge governmental initiative inside of the Russian Federation to start trying to bring about skills within those trades, or really repopulate specific important trades that the Russian Federation would need. I was actually reading a little bit today about the miracle, the economic miracle as they claim, in South Korea. And one thing that was really interesting is that Park Chung-hee, who was one of the main dictators that really brought about the economic success of South Korea, started a lot of aggressive export programs in South Korea to be able to build up funds to further industrialize the country through. But also one of the big things that he did was that he had to build the pretty much unskilled labor force of South Korea at the time into a more skilled one to be able to start filling roles within these new industries that were going to appear that were more on the technologically cutting edge side. So he started to open up a massive amount of post-basic education institutions, which is pretty much college, to try and educate enough people so that way when the country would start to industrialize in a modern way, there would actually be skilled enough people to fill that kind of a role. So these kinds of initiatives, like the one we're talking about that would have to be undertaken in Russia, generally take decades to actually pretty much smooth over the effects of a major war and major losses of skilled labor. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, and I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that answers that question incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Danny B. It is Chef Danny B. He is in here with a $20 super chat. And thank you very much, Danny, once again for that support. He said, good evening, Forces. Chef Danny here. And I've been listening and watching on my projector in my room. And that's pretty cool. Wow. He said, I always want to support y'all. And I called in today. So just laying down all day. LSA, y'all, and good night. And also, by the way, apparently Danny is feeling under the weather. Apparently he's caught a little whirly bird or something. So I hope you get better soon, Danny. It sucks to have the whirly bird. I guess it doesn't suck to, be able to sit at home with a projector. That doesn't sound like it's too bad at all, really, to me at least. But thank you very much, Danny, for that support. And also, I hope you get better soon. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you so much for the support, Danny B. I hope you are going to be getting better, because I had to take a couple of days off after Christmas because of the cough, and I still have it like 3 weeks later. Actually, it's like, yeah, it is about 3 weeks later. So I completely understand that. But I do hope that you're getting better and you're on the up and up and on the mend. But I got to thank you so much once again for support and watching this channel. And I hope we're making the time pass a little bit quicker tonight with all the jokes that we've been throwing out. And hopefully everyone's been seeing that we've been returning back to our silly little selves. It's not all about the news. Sometimes it's just about the humor. But still, thank you once again for support, Danny B. I hope that does address it incredibly well. And Danny B, better. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope you'll see what I did there. And I hope you see what I did there, Danny B. But still, thank you once again. And we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Uncle Sam's Misguided Child, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Uncle Sam's Misguided Child, for helping to keep us guided along the way and helping to keep us running. I saw you put in a super sticker. It said, "You are amazing." And thank you very much, Uncle Sam, for the kind words in their super chat. And Enforcer, what say you?
And you're amazing, Uncle Sam's Misguided Child. You're not a misguided child. You've been guided to the Lee Spring Army. Change your name to Uncle Sam's Child. You're a patriot of the country. But I gotta thank you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to be here right now to be able to have you say that we're awesome. Because it really is y'all that are awesome. Because y'all the ones who make it worthwhile to run the stream every single day. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address it incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Purple Gerbil, who puts in a 15. And thank you very much, Purple Gerbil, as well, for continuing to support the channel as well. They said, "I hope you've recovered from your snow experience. Please take one from the chat." And also, by the way, like we've had, actually for Alabama, a lot of snow. I think we had like 3 inches of snow. It was yesterday when that happened. Today, it's pretty much gone away for a little bit, but it's actually still here because it's still freezing for the large part here in Alabama. So very unusual. I actually got around and drove in it yesterday. It was actually quite fun to drive around. But there was nobody out, and the roads were a little bit slick. But it was a fun time. It doesn't get snowy very often here in Alabama, so certainly something to remember. And it's very unusual, like I said. But it looks like another winter storm might be coming up, so that will be interesting. But Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta say thank you for the support, and the snow experience was interesting. Like Mandy was saying, we don't get snow a lot, or really at all. So when we get snow, it's a shock. And when it stays around for a couple of days, it's even more shocking. And then when you touch it, and then your fingers start feeling hot, like really, really hot after you touch it, and they turn red, like that's terrifying. Like we don't know what the hell that is, so we freak out, and we like get in the corner of the room, and we pull out a long stick, and we start poking the snow to see if it's living or something. But it's really scary to have snow around here. Not because, we're unfamiliar with snow, it's because others are unfamiliar with snow. And this is usually when people start getting killed down here in Alabama from auto accidents and stuff like that, is whenever snow pops up at all. So, pretty interesting ordeal. We got through it fine, and it was actually pretty cool looking out the window and just seeing snow everywhere, because we never see that. And Hector M is right. 3 inches is a lot of snow. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. So our next one here goes to, there we go. Our next one here goes to Doug Halstead. But anyways, this one goes to Doug Halstead, who put in that 10. Thank you very much, Doug, as well, for that support. They said, UA24 reported the other day that Ukraine has 980,000 troops. And how many Russians are in Ukraine?
There's a lot of them. I believe there's around, it's like 300 something thousand at this point. So there was a pretty decent, there's a pretty decent amount of them. But those are the combat troops. The Ukrainian army is nearly 1 million strong, including everyone and the combat troops. Russia has about 300,000 combat troops in Ukraine, so the numbers at this point are about 1-to-1, meaning that there's no way for anyone to make any meaningful advances against each other because there is no numbers disparity that would allow for that kind of a thing, or firepower disparity of a noticeable size at this point. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Bobby Hutchinson, who puts in a 10 as well and does not leave a comment. But thank you very much, Bobby, as well, for helping to keep us running. And for some reason, I'm saying as well too many damn times tonight. I got to stop that. But thank you very much, Bobby, for that support. And Enforcer, would you like to add in a few words?
I got to say thank you, Bobby, for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I got to say that it's a wonderful thing to know that you enjoyed this channel, that you want to support it and help this thing to keep on rolling. And also, wanted to make sure to get one here really quickly. Kyle Rocco, Mandy, I don't know if you see him in the chat. He said 3 inches is a lot of snow. LOL. If it's less than 5 here, it's business than usual. Okay, Kyle, you be happy building your igloos and your snowmen and having to shovel your driveway. We don't have to shovel our driveway because we don't get enough snow for that. But also that is something that the South is not acclimated to snow. You're right. Like that's not a lot of snow, but here for the South it is a lot relative to the amount we get. We get none. So whenever we get snow, it's a huge deal. And I saw a couple other people asking, does Alabama even have any snow plows? The answer is no. We actually saw. I don't know if you saw this, Matthew, but I saw what was clearing the snow from one of the big highways in town while we were coming back that one time from driving around. It was literally a road grader that they had just taken out, and they were using the plow on it to plow the snow. Because the state of Alabama, I do not believe, has any snow plows like y'all have up north where you have snow plows attached to pickup trucks. We don't have that. We just have these because it's not a big concern. For us, generally...
the salt trucks.
Well, we have the salt trucks?
Yeah, we have those. Like I saw some roads were salted today.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. But beyond that, I don't believe we have any snow plows because snow is never really that big of an issue in Alabama. Generally, the state's civil services build themselves around what's normal for their environment. So up in a place like Buffalo, New York, which can get 50 inches of snow sometimes, they're going to have loads of snow plows and all that kind of stuff. But they're also not going to have things that are acclimated to warm weather because it's generally colder in Buffalo than it is here in Alabama. So, people who come down to Alabama in the middle of the summer, they don't know how hot it gets. It truly is, it's oppressive how hot it is. It gets up to like 100 degrees Fahrenheit with 100% humidity. So it feels like 115 outside, and breathing is a chore because you can literally feel all of the water molecules in the air as you're breathing. So it is just hell down here in the summer. And a lot of people are shocked by that when they come down. They're like, oh my God, this is terrible. And we're like, yeah, but it's normal to us. And, it's kind of the same thing with folks who live in the cold. We're not at all used to the cold, but we're used to the warmth. And then all of y'all up there are not used to the warmth. And so that's how it is for us. But still, it is kind of funny and laughable to think that 3 inches of snow can literally stop the entire state for days until it melts for the large part. And also, JMP's Traveler said, hotter than Atlanta? I think it is hotter than Atlanta in most places in Alabama. At least that's how I remember it, because it's hot as hell everywhere in Alabama. It gets insanely hot. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to none other than Buff Kangaroo, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Mr. Roo, for that support. He said, Vegemite toast puts hairs on your chest.
And I've tasted Vegemite. I honestly think it's just kind of all right. I mean, it's nothing really to write home about to me. But it's something interesting to have on a sandwich here and there. But generally, I like to have meat on my sandwiches, not just the Vegemite. So then, I kind of just don't eat Vegemite. But still, thank you so much for the support. And that's one Roo right there that's on roids. Someone needs to check that Roo for juicing. But still, thank you once again for the support. I hope that it's addressed that well. We are on to the next one.
And moving on from Mr. Roo's super chat, we're moving on to our next one here, who goes to Jose Aguera, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Jose, for that support. I said, thank you for saying thanks to Denis Davidoff when he threw in some money to support. His channel is very relevant.
And thank you so much for the support. And it's actually really interesting to see Denis Davidoff watching this channel and also supporting it massively over yesterday and today. We always know that intermittently folks are always watching, sometimes on bigger channels, sometimes from the government. Like loads of people watch this channel all the time, and people don't believe that because, these people don't show up in the live chat. But, and if David Petraeus is not going to be in the live chat, he just isn't, that's not going to happen. So, they watch, they enjoy the show, and then they, wander off. They enjoy it though. They enjoy it, but they come in, and it's weird, but it's neat to know that Denis Davidoff likes the show, because actually we've gotten a lot of people recently in the community that say that they really like the show. Denis Davidoff's one of them. Civdiv is another. And everyone knows Civdiv and everyone knows Denis Davidoff, so it's great to know that they enjoy our channel because it's a very unique style. It's a style that doesn't exist in other channels. There's a lot of other channels that do the same thing. you know, and I would say that Denis Davidov and Sivdiv are, of course, distinct in their own different ways, in their own distinct styles. But then outside of Sivdiv, Denis Davidov, and us, I generally group most other channels into a very similar style to where everything's very mundane and sad. And so that's always interesting to me, you know, how that kind of works. But beyond that, it's great to know that Denis Davidov does enjoy the channel, because he's one of the biggest voices covering Ukraine war news currently, and it's really cool to know that he enjoys the channel, because every once in a while we watch some of his videos and they're pretty well made. And so with that, thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And let's see, I'm seeing a lot of people talking. Let's see, Berlin in winter was -25 degrees Celsius. Dang. Berlin, Germany, like -25 in Berlin, Germany.
It's Berlin.
And also something that's actually interesting about that, because I took some environmental science classes in college. It was, for some reason, a part of history. I don't know why, but we had to take a couple. And one thing that's very interesting is that inclement weather conditions that usually are not seen commonly are starting to appear at a more rapid pace because of the warming of the polar ice caps. And it seems like that's a little stupid. It's like, how in the world does it get colder when it's getting warmer? But when you hear the explanation, it makes a bit of sense. Cold air is dense. Hot air is less dense. So hot air can actually get pushed around a lot easier than cold air, and cold air is generally what creates the currents in the wind that we see around the world. So as the world has heated up recently, it actually started to melt down the polar ice caps, and the polar ice caps that melt, or are starting to melt a little bit more, and they don't really solidify as much anymore, all of that thermal energy, that colder thermal energy, is dissipated into the atmosphere above them, and it creates a much thicker blanket of denser cold air. But because it can't stack vertically, of course, the atmosphere gets less dense as you go up. It starts to spread out across the surface of the earth. So that starts to create these larger winter storms that we see down here in states like Alabama, like this one right now. And then it also in the summer, because in the summer the colder thermal energy generally dissipates, and that colder thermal energy dissipating and shrinking back towards the poles is what starts to create the larger amounts of hurricanes and more devastating hurricanes that we see in the summer seasons. It's a fairly interesting deal with that and how that works, and that's why we're seeing that there's more inclement weather conditions that are seen throughout most seasons these days than normal. And that's also why the El Nino and the La Nina in the Pacific are also changing as well. And that's why the Panama Canal is sort of drying up, is because of the changes in how the atmosphere is largely working because of the colder thermal energy coming in from the north. It's starting to change the weather patterns in the Pacific, and that could start to be devastating for some of the local ecosystems in this area, and specifically to the maintenance and use of the Panama Canal. So it's a really interesting thing with that. Doesn't really, like, none of it really sounds like it makes sense, because I always used to hear, and I always used to think that that also made sense. It was like, if the world's getting warmer, why is it getting colder? Why is it snowing? And then when you hear the explanation, it's like, well, that actually makes sense. Especially if you know anything about how air works, air density and such things like that. It's like, oh, well, that actually does make a pretty good bit of sense. And so that's a whole thing on itself. But I hope that explains a little bit of how it works, because no one really goes through the explanation of how that actually truly works. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to D, who puts in a $10 donation, and thank you very much, D, for that support. They said, if Elon Musk is lying about gaming, what else is he lying about? And the whole thing seems sketchy. And I've been hearing from people that Elon is apparently does not either have his gaming accounts, or they're not his, or something like that. And maybe he's trying to pose as the best player in the world, and he maybe is not. So I don't know if the story is actually accurate or not. And that's just what I'm hearing. So if that turns out to be true, that's honestly just kind of cringe. I'm not really sure what to make of it. It's kind of just really weird that a billionaire would want to pose for a gaming account like that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say it's weird. You know, it doesn't really sound that out of character at this point. You know, because I don't know what it is. It didn't happen until recently, but for a long time, he was perfectly fine staying in his lane of just being the guy who did good at cars and did good at space technology and space exploration. It's like, cool. I mean, he does good at that, you know, don't take that away from him. It's the truth. But then he started. Then with the purchase of Twitter, he's moved on into thinking that he's some sort of a pariah in every category, and that he's some sort of a genius. And so I guess that the whole story, if it's true, that he went and like got fake gaming accounts to look like a pro, I guess that's just an extension of him trying to look like he's the best at everything, so that way his voice means the most in everything. But that's kind of stupid, because it's like, what the hell does it matter if you have a voice in gaming or not? And why in the world does it matter whether you look good or not? I mean, I play games. I don't give a shit if I look good or not. I'm doing them to enjoy them. Like, if that's the case, why in the world even be focused that much on image? That sounds a lot like a narcissist to me. And generally, like, if anyone's to be avoided, narcissists are to be avoided the most.
I feel like Musk is crashing out a little bit this year, honestly. Like, I don't know what's going on with him. It seems like he's having either like a midlife crisis or something. It's like, why are you crashing out? Everybody loved him before he went political, and before he started, trying to be so egotistical like this. Everybody loved him, but now he's just going off the rails.
Yeah, also, someone said Musk never invented nothing. That's not true. Musk did invent, largely was the co-creator of PayPal, which is a very significant thing, especially in the modern world of finances. So that was something that he did create. And generally beyond that, he of course didn't create Tesla. He actually became a major shareholder in Tesla and forced the original creators of Tesla out. He did found SpaceX, however, if I remember correctly. But beyond that, he didn't invent any of that stuff, much like Edison didn't invent the light bulb, or any other invention for that matter, but he's good at company management. And that's really where he excels in those categories, is managing companies that involve space exploration and electronic car manufacturing. And I mean, like, whether you like someone or not, I'm never going to sit there and just start tearing them down and cutting them down to size. I mean, he is good at business management in those specific categories, and he was good at figuring out how to actually create the money transfer system that is inherent in PayPal. Those things he was able to do. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that just because he bought Twitter and he has a load of people who are pretty much forced to follow him. I mean, if you download Twitter, they're like, who do you want to follow? And Elon's like #1, and you have to pick some to follow. So a lot of people just end up picking him. So it inflates the follower number, and I guess that inflates his ego, thinking that a load of people are listening to him or seeing what he's saying. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that he's a pro and everything. Like, I'll be honest with y'all, I'm just going to be straight up here. He doesn't know shit about government. Like, every time he talks about it, or every time he talks about what the United States should be doing, the more and more I see, he doesn't know a damn thing about nothing for the most part. Like, he's like, F-35s are obsolete. It's like, compared to what? It's like, who in the world has something better? Tell me, let me know. And no one does. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? Or he'll say something about, I think the Food and Drug Administration is overbloated. It's like, what the hell do you mean? It's like they're stopping arsenic from being in the peas. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? It's like, are you crazy? Like, and let's see, there was something else recently they said. I was talking to Matthew about it. It just because you say,
What was it they said?
I forgot what it was, but I remember telling you about it, and I was like, that's just stupid. Asinine, even. And like, just because someone is rich, or just because someone has a massive social following, does not mean that they're smart. And just because I'm on this channel and I talk about world news, doesn't mean I'm going to know everything about every single topic, and I'm perfectly fine with being wrong, especially when someone comes in like Walter E. Lakota. Every time I talk about maritime stuff, if Walter E. Lakota says I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't know as much as him. That's his job, but that's not my job, so he will know more than me. But Elon doesn't really work in that kind of a world at this point anymore. Like, even if he doesn't know a damn thing about that topic, he's going to act like he does simply because people listen to him. And that's someone more focused on inflating their ego than really, being right or wrong. And that's something
I want the old Elon back. I want to like Elon, actually, because he is one of the top business people in America. And me personally, I don't hate the people that are business people. Of course, there are things that need to be reformed in the country, like insurance and things like that. But I want to like the top business people, because they are the people that are leading to the country being so successful as it is. You don't want to hate them, but it's like Elon's making people hate him because he's being so political. He's going off the rails. He's acting like a narcissist. He wasn't acting like that before recently. So it's like, go back to that and like reset, so people can try to like forget everything that's happened here recently, because he's just gone nuts.
Let's see here. I'm trying to see. Let's see. Like another. Oh yeah, I remember this. It was in the LA fire. He was like, if you use sand and you cover it in water, that would like stop the fire. And it's like, who the hell has that much sand? Is like that was my question. I was like, who the hell has that much sand? It's like, that's a great idea, sure, but And you know, and also on top of that, it's like now he's going to act like he's an expert in firefighting. You know, it's like, come on, man. It's like that's kind of ridiculous. It's like yes, if he told me something about like this is how you will succeed in selling cars, I'd be like, well, shit, he's got to know. I mean, he runs like one of the biggest car companies in America at this point. Or if he told me this is how we make a rocket more economical, or this is the kind of business model that we're going to work towards to make rocket manufacturing more affordable, I would go, well, he runs SpaceX, so surely he must know a lot about this. He must be one of the leading experts in that field. But then talking about, you know, throwing out sand and putting water on it to fight the fires, it's like, where do they get this much sand, for one? Where do they even get the water, considering that most of the fire hydrants do not have pressure in them? And you know, it's like that doesn't make any sense. Like it just doesn't. You know, and that was one of the things that I was telling Matthew about earlier. Now that I remember, I was like, that's just dumb. And also, it's like the fire department has the fire department are the experts in fighting this fire. If they say that there is no way to fight the Palisades fire right now, and they just have to get people out of the way and evacuate them, that's what they do. I mean, that's what they have to do. I mean, I talked to one of my firefighting friends in Alabama, and he said, yeah, that's pretty much the case. I mean, there's not really a lot they can do at this point. It's so big, it's largely out of control. And it's like, what, are they wrong? Like, if you get enough dump trucks of sand, will that fix the problem? No. I mean, the firefighters are professionals at this. This is their job. They literally live, breathe, and eat this stuff, and sometimes even die fighting it. So it's like, if I would assume that anyone would know how to fight a fire, it would be a firefighter, not Elon. You know, and that's just something that it's kind of annoying. Like, if you put out something like that, be like, you know, that would be neat if they could do that. This is hypothetical, though. But making it sound like it's gospel, like, that's kind of annoying to me. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. But the thing I got to be honest with y'all here, like, Elon used to be a very likable person. Like, I think everyone can agree with that. A couple of years ago, like Matthew was saying, he was very likable. He was just the nerdy billionaire dude who built cars and rockets. And he was pretty cool for that. Like, you know, that time, Matthew, that he sent that Tesla up to space with a little astronaut guy in it, and like it was playing Fly Me to the Moon or something like that?
Yeah.
Like, those were just cool times. He wasn't like overly political or anything like that. He was just a cool guy who did rocketry and cars. And everyone was like, that's pretty neat. But you know, when
why I think the problem is once a billionaire has success, like to the level that, like, for example, Elon, Bezos, and people like that have, and then Bezos moves on from Amazon, then he starts taking on this like macho man persona that's never been his like image at all.
Yeah.
And then also Elon starts taking on this like hyper political, like obnoxious mentality, and he's not even like that. So he's more of a quiet person. He's not an outgoing, like, brash person like he's trying to act like right now. And he's just being obnoxious to people. It's like, why are you trying to change your whole personality? It's like people liked you for who you were. It's like, don't go change it now and then ruin your whole reputation like that. But that's what the billionaires all do. They all ruin their reputation at the last second like that. I don't even know why. It's just like, you're just making people hate you.
Also, one other thing I gotta say, like, you know, because I'm not just seeing this is the case, is that he's letting this go to his head, what he thinks he is. Because, as many of y'all know, he was very influential in the last election for a certain group. They're already getting tired of him because he keeps forcing himself in on everything and acting like he knows everything. And it's already becoming fairly clear that some of the people that were working with him are already getting worn out with him. You know, and that's not trying to be biased against him or anything. That's just what's happening. Like, we're already hearing about it. And so, you know, it's like people got to humble themselves just because he's one of the richest people on earth, and just because, you know, he has a couple of 100 million followers on Twitter or whatever it is, does not mean that you're the genius. You know, it just means that you happen to be a little lucky. Like, we're very lucky that we even made it to this point running this channel, because we could have ended up failing like many other people do, and somehow this channel ended up being successful. It's not because we are just the best and we're the shit. Like, honestly, there was a decent amount of luck involved with being in that kind of a position. So with that, I hope that addresses that well, at least in my opinion. I see some people, Buff Kangaroo's like, sorry, I don't agree this time. I mean, you know, it's just my opinion, but, you know, it's something that I see a bit, you know, and from personal experience, it looks as though he's starting to fall to becoming a narcissist a bit, and that's not a good thing, generally for anyone. Or the people around him, for that matter. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one goes to Khan, who puts in a $10 donation, and thank you very much, Khan, for that support. He said, we have nearly 150,000 M26 and M26A1 HIMARS rockets, and these cluster rockets are scheduled to be destroyed, and any thoughts on that?
We will probably send those to Ukraine before they're destroyed, just because it would be better to get something out of them than nothing. So it really is just the case that that's usually how munitions work. But for the large part, we probably will end up trying to send most of that to Ukraine before we try and demolish it. And so with that, I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. And also, I see someone saying something else. About Elon, about the diamond mine. That's another thing. I just got to be honest here. I'll be as honest as I can be with this. I don't like the image that some people try and present like him, where they're like, we're self-made, because they're not. Like, his dad was in a very fortunate position in South Africa and ran a diamond mine, an emerald mine actually, that made millions of dollars a year. Now, that's not a normal beginning, you know? Like, that's like usually most people who say, well, I'm self-started and I'm a billionaire, they're usually not. Like Bill Gates, he went to Harvard. You don't go to Harvard for no reason. You go to Harvard because you have connections. Didn't he, Matthew, if I'm right?
I think Bill Gates might have gone to Harvard. Let me check. Let's see.
Gates,
Harvard.
you know, some people get small loans of $1 million, stuff like that, and then they
Yeah. Bill Gates went to Harvard and he left after 2 years.
Yeah, and you don't go to Harvard for nothing. You go to Harvard because your family is connected. And connections mean a lot in this world. Connections help out a great deal with being able to climb the ladder. And then some people get, you know, a small loan of $1 million and then they're self-made. It's like, that's not self-made. It's like most people would never be able to start off with $1 million. So it's like, you know, and it's like there's no shame in it or anything, you know, saying, you know, I had a successful family, but I'm way more successful than they ever were. It's like, great, good on you. I think that's wonderful. But, you know, trying to lie about it to really be like, I came from nothing. It's like, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, you know, if somehow Matthew and me turned our channel into a media empire and ended up both having a net worth of $1 billion 20 years down the road, that truly would be self-made. There was no loan to us. I went and bought my computer that was $2,000 before the channel even began. A year before that, started the channel, and then grew it to where it is right now. There was no loans. There was no connections. There was no help at all involved in that. That was literally just hard work and busting ass every day to get the channel to where it is right now. That is truly self-made in my opinion. And even then, it's not really that self-made because there's other caveats to that. But still, that's a far bit, in my opinion, closer to being self-made than going to Harvard or getting a loan of $1 million or something like that. At least in my opinion. But that's just where I'm coming from. Maybe people look at it another way, you know. But that would be my take. But anyways, with that, we are on. Actually, we didn't even get a loan. We actually got debt. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Debt is a loan.
Well, not in our form. Not in our form. Not you know what I mean. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Our next one here goes to Ari Sawini, who puts in a $20 Australian donation. And thank you very much, Ari, Kiwi Wife, and Finn for that generous support. And they said, enjoy having you here in 2025. And LSA.
And thank you so much for the support, Ari Sweeney, Kiwi Wife, and Finn, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it running. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would not be able to make this thing a reality. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, people are saying, oh, Zuck was a college dropout. Bill Gates was a college dropout. Well, guess what? I'm a law school dropout. I got something over all of them. I dropped out of law school. Take that. But anyways, going on here to our next super chat. This one goes to Buff Kangaroo, who puts in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, Buff Kangaroo, for that support. They said Ren and Stimpy was better than SpongeBob.
I never got to watch Ren and Stimpy. We were never allowed to, so I can't even comment on that one because when we were growing up, Ren and Stimpy was not on the rotation. But still, thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running because folks like you do make this thing possible. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Danny B, who puts in a 10 once again. And thank you very much, Danny, for the second support of the night. Danny says, Chef Danny again. And thanks, guys. I'm still laying in bed watching the stream on my phone. Now, Kitchen Nightmares on the projector, and I miss cooking. I mean, I like the Kitchen Nightmares series, by the way, with Ramsey on there. That's a good one. I've watched actually almost all of those at this point, especially that one with the Amy's Baker. Wait a minute, Amy's Baker. Yeah, it was on Kitchen Nightmares. That was the craziest episode of them all. I've watched that one, I think, twice. I'm sure you probably watched that one as well since you watched the show. But thank you very much, Danny, for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
Leave it, leave it. But still, thank you so much for the support. Hey, Kitchen Nightmares is always fun to watch. And I hope that you're getting a little bit better feeling, probably not over the course of one stream, but I hope that you are going to get better feeling over time. And of course, I bet you hate not cooking, much like we would hate not running a show when we're not running one. I know that you're probably missing cooking a great deal, and hopefully you'll be able to get back to it soon. And so with that, thank you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Buff Kangaroo, who puts in a 10 once again. Buff Kangaroo said, I like Elon Musk. I'm going to need proof before throwing shade. Here's my thing, Buff Kangaroo. I want to like Elon Musk as well. And honestly, like, I'm just kind of neutral on him at this point. He has the right to say whatever he's saying. Obviously, he's free to do so. But also, people are free to choose whether or not they like him or not. So, honestly, in my opinion, I like him when he was being genuine and being himself. He's trying to not be himself right now for whatever reason. He's either going through a midlife crisis or something like that. But what he's doing now, in my opinion, is kind of obnoxious because he's trying to be something that he's not. So, me personally, and also you're asking for proof about the gaming thing. I don't have the proof personally. And that's what I'm saying. Some people are saying that. I've seen people on YouTube reporting that he apparently, allegedly, has a fake gaming account that is like ranked the best in the world. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm going to say that right now, but it appears to be that people think that is the case. So if it is true, it's kind of a little bit cringy. But if it's not, then people need to take it back. But Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you for the support, Buff Kangaroo. I don't have any proof, but one thing I can say is that Elon, like, I liked Elon like a good deal back in the past because he truly does a lot of things that are pride of this country, especially with what SpaceX is doing with the Falcon 9, the Falcon Super Heavy, and the Starship. I think that those are incredible things that are really pushing this nation forward in science and technology and innovation, especially in space travel, which will be very important in this country's future. But at the same time, though, he's starting to get annoying to me. And that's just my personal opinion. Like, you can like him, and I'm fine with that. But I'm just starting to find him a little bit annoying. Especially the hard push on politics. I'm just not a big fan of it. That's just something I just generally don't like when anyone does it. Like, I don't like it when the actors in Hollywood come out and they're like, we want to stop global warming or something like that. I'm like, oh, what the hell do you know about global warming? I'm like, you don't know shit. It's like you get paid to say lines on a TV, in front of a camera, and then it's put to theater. Sometimes even nude. It's like you're not in a position to be talking about politics or anything for that matter. And that's how I feel about a lot of people in many positions. Like, it's good to have opinions, but using your position and platform and status in society to try and push political opinions, I just don't like that. That just doesn't really vibe with me much. That's why we don't do that here on this channel, because in a very, 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 very small way on YouTube, we're the 40,000th largest voice in the world right now on YouTube, I believe, if I remember the number correctly. There's 38 million active YouTube channels right now. So as far as the size of this channel, we're in the top 0.1% of YouTube channels in size right now. And whether that's really high up there or not still, because there's still 40,000 people above us, we can consider ourselves to be one of those very, very minuscule voices in society. And I do not like it when those voices try and push political opinions. I just don't like that. That really grinds against my fiber of my being. It's fine for people to have opinions, and I think that that's very important to the American democratic process. But I feel like that process is corrupted a good deal when those voices of society start really weighing in and trying to push their opinions on the other masses or use their position to do that. I don't like that. And a lot of pretty much all actors in Hollywood do that, and then a lot of businessmen are doing that these days, and Elon's really one of the leading voices that's very political at this point. And I just don't like it. I just liked it better when the guy just did rockets and did cars. And that's what you could focus on. You weren't focusing on the politics of anything. You were focusing on the accomplishments of those companies and the accomplishments of the country as a whole. And that's something that I'm really behind. Like, when y'all look at this channel, y'all don't look at, like Buff Kangaroo, I'm sure you don't look at the political side, because there isn't one. We're all about just covering the news and supporting American and Western interests. That's the only thing that we openly claim to be about, is supporting the United States through and through without question. And that's what we really wanted to be about. I don't want it to be about, do people agree with this political opinion or that one? That really detracts from what this is about. And, and y'all will have y'all's political opinions anyways. Like, y'all are going to like and dislike some things. Y'all are going to vote for one person and not the other. That's what y'all will already do. And I think that y'all should be able to do that, but with a much less influence from more affluent voices or more heard voices like mine. Like, y'all should just have conversations amongst yourselves. Y'all should largely get your political opinions listening directly to the sources. Like the president-elect or the current president of the United States. Listen to them directly and then form your opinions. Don't listen to all the other talking heads out there that like him or hate him, either way, whoever they are. I just think that that's a perversion of the way the U.S. Political scene is supposed to work, in my opinion. But with that, I hope that does address that well, Buff Kangaroo. That's generally the realm in which I'm getting annoyed with the most, because I generally think that Elon does many things that are beneficial to the United States, especially in the realm of SpaceX. They're very beneficial. But at the same time, though, some things that he is doing is getting annoying, in my opinion, and I'm just generally getting to the point where I'm disliking those things. But still, thank you once again. I hope that does address that the best I can, and I hope you see where I'm coming from. Whether you agree or disagree, that's up to you, but I still hope you see my talking points there and kind of my standpoint on that, and that I kind of generally live by that kind of an ideal. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Margaret Hemsley, who puts in an 8. And thank you very much, Margaret, for supporting the channel yet again. And thank you very much, Margaret. They said, look up Bustleton. Camp Geo is where I'm staying, and the LSA is everywhere in the world.
And thank you so much for the support. And where is that, Matthew? Can you spell that out for me?
It's Busselton.
Bustleton in Australia. So you are not from over here. You're actually from the area around Perth. Pretty cool to see. So what does this look like? Man, this looks really pretty. This kind of looks like 30A kind of water. You know what I mean? It's like bathtub water kind of stuff. I thought it looked like that. But still, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Hopefully Matthew didn't just cut out right there. He did cut out. Hello. How are you doing?
Yes. What were you saying? Because I didn't hear anything.
Oh, I was just talking about the town of Bustleton, but I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. It looks really pretty down there. And with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one. Also, I saw someone say something. Someone actually got booted for this. Someone said, too much crap talking on someone who's trying to save the country. Don't kid yourself.
That's political.
Yeah, but like, come on. Like, there was something that just happened recently that I would honestly say is not really pro-American. That we can't talk about on stream. It actually is a political thing, but there was something that was done, and I was like, that doesn't really look like it's in the interest of the citizenry. That looks like it's more in the interest of a company. And that was something that told me that might not really be the truth right there. So that's in a decent amount. I'll be honest with y'all. I'll just really quickly. No matter what political profession, business people say, generally at the end of the day, they're more so looking for the interests of their shareholders and their businesses that have gotten them to this position in life, more so than the benefit of the nation. And that really extends across all political lines. That's really at the end of the day what they're looking for. So when someone says that a businessman, one of the more wealthier ones in the country, only has the best interests of America in mind, that is something that I find to be a little bit odd, because generally those businessmen are looking out for their company first and foremost and the nation second in a lot of those instances. Very rarely in modern America do I see businessmen that actually look out for the best interest of the country. It's usually the other way around. Like, for example, any insurance company that would be looking for the best interest of the country wouldn't be canceling home insurance policies for wildfire risks in Los Angeles or for hurricanes in Florida. They generally would want to make sure that those home insurance policies continue to exist, because through those policy payouts, those areas of the economy would be able to rebuild, and the United States would continue to prosper at the great levels it is right now. But those companies are not looking out for the United States, they're looking out for themselves. That's why those policies were canceled. Like, for example, with some, like, I'm not talking about any particular instance here, but I'm talking about how sometimes in the United States, there's an issue with people being overeducated for their station. People who have bachelor's degrees and PhDs that are very highly educated and are certainly fit to be in very high positions in a lot of American companies, yet they get sidestepped for sometimes foreign workers with the same amount of education, but they will work for less. And that seems to me to generally be something that isn't in the benefit of the U.S. citizenry. That seems to be in the interest of specific companies and their shareholders, and making sure to save as much money as possible, including on the recruitment and hiring of new employees. That generally would seem to me to not be a pro-American aspect. That would seem to be more of a pro-company aspect. And not to say that that's wrong. Companies always are going to look out for themselves in the end of the day. But trying to kid oneself into believing that a businessman is only going to have the best interest in mind for the country and not for his business would be a little bit misguided, in my opinion. But with that, I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion, and make sure to give the answer that I'm wanting to give, but make sure that it's not as political as possible. But with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Ari Sowini yet again, who put in another $20 donation. Thank you very much, Kiwi Wife and Finn, once again for that support. And Ari said, I think the sanctions against Russia should be enforced through piracy even. And when it comes to these unfit for purpose shadow fleet oil tankers threatening polluting seas, and what else can you do in international waters?
And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I would generally say that seems to be a decent move. I don't know how the Russians would react to that, though, because technically none of these ships are there. So what would be, well, then we could create larger diplomatic issues. Like if this vessel was seized, the Evertin, that actually may create a diplomatic spat with Panama, which controls the Panama Canal. So there could be larger fallouts because of that could result that we don't really know about yet. But I generally would agree with those ideas. Those seem to be fairly decent ones to me. It's just that we would have to measure out the political, well, not really the political, but the diplomatic fallout for those things. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Look, I'm a businessman. I'm not a gangster.
And my business is crime.
Yeah. I don't know why, but when you said that earlier, I was saving that one. I was going to say it earlier, but I didn't want to interrupt. But when you said, oh, look, these businessmen are putting their profits above everything else, I was like, oh, well, I'm a businessman, not a gangster. But anyways, moving on here to our next one. This one goes to the Secret Vault. And they put in a 5, and thank you very much to the Secret Vault for that support. And they said, Flipper Dolphin has been gaslighted to work as a Russian weapon. Is that true? Is that true? Has Flipper flipped?
Well, there was a beluga that actually was traveling around up in the Baltic for a while that we believed was actually a lost Russian-trained, like in intelligence gathering sort of a mammalian creature. Because I don't really know what the hell to call a freaking beluga. You know, I don't know what to call that. I almost let that slip right there. I was like, I don't know what to call that. But it ended up getting shot. Someone gunned it down, and it ended up geting killed. So they had one for a while, but it ended up getting shot. We think actually by a Norwegian fisherman who didn't want Russian belugas in their waters. But with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, the F and beluga. But anyway.
Well, I stopped myself, dude. I stopped myself. I said and I said the freaking beluga. You know, like I stopped myself, man. It counts.
And that beluga. Man, I'll tell you what, the Russians are just, they need to get real instead of training belugas to try to be a spy. Because I don't think a beluga is a very good spy because, you know, it kind of just like goes around the water a little bit. And what good is that going to do? But anyways, moving on from that, and the spy beluga, this one goes to Buff Kangaroo yet again, who puts in a 5. And they said, I'm surprised they haven't asked for Australia's help. This is what we do.
That's a good point. I wonder why we haven't asked. Maybe because y'all are on the other side of the Pacific. But beyond that, y'all are professionals at fighting fires. That's a big thing in Australia, or brush fires. But hopefully we will be able to call upon y'all in the future and have many apt and ready to go Australians fighting the fires around LA. And so with that, thank you so much, folks. Hawk tour and put that fire out on that thing, or rug pull on that thing. Man, I really like that, man. She went hawk tour and rug pull on that thing. It's like, yeah, it's like, let's go, let's rug pull. Man, I like never tip to the wise. Never invest in cryptocurrencies that are made by any form of an internet celebrity. That's called a classical rug pull right there. Or pull rug if you want to put it the other way. But anyways, with that, I hope, you know what, why don't we just send her out there, Matthew? You know, like I'm sure if you asked her, so what should we do to stop the LA wildfires? Hawk, tuh, and spit on that thing. It's like, maybe that'd work. I don't know, just spit on it.
I think she was out there, actually. I think she was in Los Angeles.
Really?
Yeah, that's the last I heard.
Well, why didn't she just go out there and spit on that thing?
Well, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to
pass. We're on to the next one.
Our next one here goes to Lambo, who puts in a $5 donation. And thank you very much, Lambo, for that support. And also, you might have heard the very unfortunate news that a Lamborghini Revuelto was burned up, apparently in Beverly, or not Beverly Hills, but somewhere in California. It was burned up. I saw a picture of it. It was very unfortunate. Also, several old Porsches, too, historic ones. Burned up. I hated to see that. But Lambo said, I heard Oregon sent 40 fire trucks to California, and they stopped them for emissions checks to see if they were California compliant, which they weren't.
Yeah, I think that actually did happen. I think, though, in the state of emergency, I think they might just let them pass through, because otherwise, if they didn't, that would be a little goofy. But, you know, it is what it is. Still, thank you so much for the support, though, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Plazath, who puts in a 4. And Plazath said LLT LSA, and for double numbers.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and for the double numbers indeed. And also thank everyone for liking this stream tonight. We've gotten up to about 3,500 likes, and that is really impressive. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address it incredibly well. And also, Peter Chanel said that is a lie. I'd heard some rumors about that today. I didn't ever hear if that was true or not, but I was like, you know, maybe it happened. I was like, I don't know. Because, you know, I believe they do have specific emissions requirements in the state of California. Yeah, so that could have happened, or they could have just overlooked it, considering that there is currently a state of emergency going on in LA. So, you know, with
They're
that,
overlooking it. There's no way they're doing that. Like, even if they were like, you know, totally extreme about it, they would overlook it.
Yeah, because that wouldn't make much sense, because I have a feeling that ecologically there's probably a lot more emissions being made by the fires than by 40 fire trucks that would put it out, even if they were violating California's stringent emissions laws. But with that, I hope that does address well. It looks like, let's see, it looks like a lot of people are saying that story is bogus. I would generally assume, because that would make no logical sense to do something like that at all. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Tom Xman, who puts in a 10. And big shout out to you, Tom, for supporting the channel yet again and being a longtime channel legend. He says, can you confirm if the Will Rogers Mansion State Park got burned up?
Not yet. We are not able to confirm that. I believe it's getting very close to being around that area, because here's the Will Rogers State Beach, and let's see. Oh, the Inspiration Point view. Inspiration.
Looks kind of inspiring to an extent.
Bro, they had a horse up here.
Man, I saw the worst footage today, man. The horses, and also a bunch of donkeys that apparently were in like a animal like park or something up there. They got free, thankfully. They weren't like caught in the fire, but some of them were a little bit burned on the fur and stuff like that. And they were trying to like escape to a neighborhood down below, and they were hanging out in somebody's front yard, and they just looked so pitiful, like all the donkeys hanging out down there. It's like, damn, man. It's like you forget that there's a lot of animals up there, and some people are leaving their animals behind and not taking them with them, which is insane to me. It's like, how do you leave your pets behind like that? That's just kind of a little bit weird, but you know, at least some of them are getting out. It's good to see, but it's really a sad situation for the animals.
Yeah, it's a terrible one. But let me go see where the Will Rogers house is. Here it is. So this is the Will Rogers State Historic Park, which I'm guessing is the Will Rogers house. Don't really know much about Will Rogers, but let's see where the fire has made it to now. So it appears that the Will Rogers State Historic Park is literally in the middle of it, and probably has been for a while. So I'm not entirely sure if it's been burned down or not, but I would hope that it has not been.
Miss
and also
says the house burned down.
So that's very unfortunate. So it does sound as though the house burned down. So I hate to hear that is the answer to your question, but I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Buff Kangaroo, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Buff Kangaroo. This said Elon employs an estimated 171,000 Americans. And that is true. I think that's true, actually. Some number like that. He does employ a lot of Americans. And I will say the contributions Elon has made to the economy have been quite major. Tesla, SpaceX, PayPal, all those things. It has been major. These companies are actually pretty good, in my opinion. I think they're all pretty good. X could use a little bit of work, but the other ones are pretty good. I'm not discounting any of that. I'm just simply talking about them on a personal level. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say the same thing. Yes, I will not mitigate that he has a major impact. He employs a large amount of Americans. He also has done great things for the country and its image. But at the same time, talking about him like Matthew is on a personal level, some of how he acts, especially with what's coming through on Twitter, is becoming annoying. Like, for example, should we invade Britain and liberate them from their own elected government? Like, that was a really goofy one to me. It's like that's the kind of stuff, like I'll be honest with y'all, that's the kind of stuff that you keep to dinner table talk with your family. You don't go put that out on Twitter when 200 million people follow you. And also, it's like, wasn't this guy adamant, like, let's just talk honestly here, wasn't he adamantly against the war in Ukraine, saying that people were dying every day in that war? So now he's going to propose that we invade the United Kingdom and lose American lives to liberate them from their own government that they democratically elected. And there's no illusion there that that was not the case. It's like, what is this? It's like, I don't get it. Like, those are the things that annoy me. Like, it's not like, I'm not at all, one of those people who just tears them down, because I just unreasonably hate him. Like, I don't hate him. I just generally find some of the things he says and stuff annoying. And it's showing through a lot now that he's trying to make himself into this kind of an image on Twitter. But with that, I hope that does address that well. I thank you once again for support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, I'm seeing from Richard Migneron in the live chat. He said he claims that Germany said that there's 3 tugboats that attach to the Evertin, and they're going to bring it into Sassnitz. So if that is true, it sounds like Germany might have taken the situation over, and they're dragging in the ship to a port. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But also, by the way, let's see. Christian Cruz mentioned something here. He said, "I came in late. Did you guys talk about the LA fire and the Iranian? Something special will happen on the 7th connection." And I actually made a Twitter post today about that because I went back and looked at the timeline of that statement that Iran made on state TV and also the time in which the fire started. And it's very, very, very suspicious timing because the Iranians said around midday on January the 7th that something was going to happen in the coming hours that was unusual, and it was going to be an unusual scene and an unusual development. And then just a couple hours later, the Los Angeles fire started, which are the worst and most destructive fires in LA history. So nothing else to my knowledge happened unusual around the world at that time other than the major fires breaking out. So there may be a connection, possibly, but it's really hard to tell. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say it may be coincidence, but considering that we're now hearing that there's a lot of arsonists involved, might not be. But I'm still going to remain on the side it most likely is a coincidence, or at least for Iran's sake, they better hope it's a coincidence. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again for supporting and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Marion Deemer, who throws in a $50 donation. Also, massive support, by the way. Thank you very much, Marion, for that huge support of the night. But sadly, though, there is no comment attached to it, so nothing for us to talk about, sadly. But thank you once again, Marion, for the massive support and helping to keep the Enforcer channel rolling on all 4 wheels. But Enforcer, what say you?
And a massive thanks to you once again, Marion Deemer, for that huge support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. If it was not for folks like you, we would not be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. I got to give you a massive thanks once again for that support. And thank you for saying that you love, that according to Marion Deemer, love you guys. And thank you so much for that, because we love the entirety of the LSA greatly. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one. And also one more thing I want to address. Some people said, oh, he just said, like with Elon talking about the whole invade Britain thing, he just said that for fun. People got to understand, the internet doesn't make it okay to say everything for fun. Like I see things that don't really make sense to me, like the people who will look at a woman that's conventionally attractive on Twitter, and then they'll put comments below the picture. And it's not like a picture that's supposed to elicit like a reaction like this, but it's just a normal picture, or something. And then you'll see all these comments below where people are saying that they would do abhorrent things just to sleep with that person for one night. It's like, people have got to have some understanding that just because you can say everything on the internet doesn't mean that you should, because it doesn't look good. And also when talking about invading other countries, if you want to say something on that kind of a forum at that level as a joke, then other comments should be taken as a joke. You're either being taken as a joke all the time, or you're being taken seriously. So which one is it? Because you can't have both. And on the internet, written words do not convey emotion. So if he's joking about it, who the hell knows? I mean, it's just words. I mean, was he joking when he said that he wanted the war in Ukraine to stop? Are we to assume that that's a joke or serious? And who in the world's the one deciding that? Because I'm just looking at words on a screen. And that's that's something that I also want to throw out there, is that the guy is the richest person on earth. So when someone says that's the richest person on earth, hey, I think that we ought to invade Britain and liberate them from their own democratically elected government, it's taken far less as a joke and something serious because he's the richest person on earth. He's not just any random lunatic that has a keyboard and is on the computer on the internet. That's kind of the big differences. And that's kind of why there's annoyance on my end coming from that, because it's like, you know, you ought to, like I was saying earlier, someone like him ought to understand from his position and station in society, everything that he says is going to be taken seriously. There really isn't a position to joke at that point, at that level. And also, those aren't really things to joke about, or invading foreign countries. Like, I don't joke about invading Iran on this channel. I really mean it when I say it. It's not a joke. You don't joke about those kinds of things. Those are very serious undertakings. You're joking about invading another country and sacrificing American lives to do something. It's not really a joking matter. That's like joking about the Holocaust. That's just something you don't do. It's too serious of a topic to really make jokes about, unless if you're a comedian who's really trying to get like some sort of a shock reaction out of an audience. So most people can't really joke about that without looking like a dick. Like, that's just the honest truth. So with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, at least where I'm coming from, because I get what y'all are saying with that, but that would be my counter. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here is going to go to Weatherby Studio, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Weatherby Studio. I believe that is your second support of the night, and it is. And a huge shout out to you for that massive support once again. They said, "God bless citizens of LA and the firefighters in Australia. And we know all too well about the fires, as Australia is designed to burn to rejuvenate the Navi bush. Look up." Native bush, and that was a typo in there. They said, look up the Black Saturday brush fires, 173 deaths and area burnt.
Dang, 173 deaths. And this actually didn't occur that long ago. This was in 2009. But it burned for an incredibly long time, and it ended up burning 1.1 million acres. So that was horrendous. Only 3,500 structures were destroyed, but still a massive amount of deaths. But let's see what we have here. Let's see. Map of the fire. Well, I want to see how much area covered by the end of the fires, because that was showing February 10th, which was just day 2. So these were all of the affected areas of the fires.
Damn, they got a lot.
That was a load. And that was just right outside of Melbourne, which is one of the biggest cities in the country. That's horrendous. And I got to say, the massive thanks for sharing this. I actually didn't know about this fire. And I also have to say, hopefully the people of LA will be all right. Hopefully, luckily, I got to say, silver lining to this whole thing, only 16 people are dead so far, and those are the people we know about, so I'm assuming that the number's a little bit higher. So luckily only 16 are dead so far. That's not that bad. It could be a lot worse considering how many buildings have been burnt down and how many of them were residential housing. But still, that is rough. And also, that's another thing that we've heard has been contributing to the California fires, is that a long time ago, about 100 years ago, California actually imported eucalyptus trees, which actually start combusting after reaching about 100 years age and maturity. And that was actually said to be a cause years ago for some of the California fires, or at least the combustibility of the growth of the wildlife growth out there, is that some of the eucalyptus trees were actually contributing to it. And I guess that really does play exactly into what you're talking about in Australia, is that the native bush pretty much just combusts on its own because it actually is healthy for that kind of an ecosystem. Not so much in California, though. It's wildly destructive here. But still, thank you so much once again for support.
Would a nuclear blast put the fire out?
Technically, yes. A nuclear blast pretty much put on the epicenter of a fire. Actually, it sucks all of the oxygen out of the area, and also the implosion also extinguishes the fire as well. So yes, it actually would put it out. The Soviet Union actually used a nuclear bomb to put out an oil fire before.
Interesting. I'm not suggesting to use a nuke to put the fire out, by the way. That was just a general question. Just like, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. I was just, curious about that. But I was thinking to myself, I was like, I think that would put out the fire, like the wind or like the shockwave from it or something. It seemed like it would, just extinguish it.
Yeah, I think it can also create fires on the periphery, so it's like, we're just kind of moving the fire at that point. But the Soviet Union did use to great effect a nuclear bomb in an oil fire. There was an oil fire that happened not underground. It actually ruptured to the surface. So they built a parallel drill well, pretty much right beside the one that was on fire, lowered a nuclear bomb into it, and then blew it up, and then actually put out the fire. So that was an effective firefighting tactic then, but, of course, with LA, you couldn't do that because, there would be a load of people in the periphery, and it would cause more damage and everything. It would be worse, but still, I mean, technically, yes, nuclear bombs can put out fires. And so with that, I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Pete Watson, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Mr. Pete Watson, for that support. He said, railroad crossing, look out for cars. And can you say that with any R's?
I don't know what you mean by that.
I'm not sure about that either, to be honest.
But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible. But unfortunately, I don't know what that means. But still, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Buff Kangaroo once again, who puts in a 10 and says, Elon Musk has made significant contributions to Ukraine, primarily through his company, Starlink.
And I thank you for the support. And that is true in some ways, not really true in the present day. Because Elon isn't necessarily as pro-Ukrainian as he was at the start. And that's something that's not opinion, that's something that he's publicly said. So I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. But at the same time, as far as that's concerned, he's an American, so he can have an opinion. It's not like I'm going to shoot him down for that. If he doesn't like Ukraine, he doesn't like it, and that's that. But at the same time, my general... But like yes, he's done great things, and we're not at all acting like he hasn't done anything great. He's done great things, but generally with what he says all these days on Twitter, it's getting to the point it's annoying. And I know that I'm not the only one reading into that. I know I'm not the only one reading into that because it looks like the president-elects are also starting to say that a little bit as well, because the guy just keeps showing up everywhere uninvited and giving his opinions and stuff that he's not really asked to give an opinion on. But still, thank you so much once again.
I was about to say, kind of hypocritical, but anyways, I'm touching on something I shouldn't. But anyways,
with that, we are on to the next one.
But our next one here goes to, and I wasn't calling you a hypocrite, by the way. I was saying the thing you were talking about.
Oh no, I knew what you were talking about with that. I was like, I was like that's a point. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Our next one here goes to Marc-Andre Brunette, who puts in a $4 donation. And thank you once again, Mark, for helping to keep us running. And I appreciate that. And we appreciate that very much. We also have a 2 from Nick Nelson, who said, sorry, what happened? Take a live chat question, LSA. And we shall take a live chat. And thank you very much, Nick, for that support once again. And this live chat question goes to Alex Feldener, who said, is the Russian military training children to fight in the war?
Not that we've heard of. That sounds to be some misinformation or propaganda to me, because we haven't heard that one yet. But still, thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Phase YN, who puts in a 2 and says, I heard the Kursk offensive already failed. Is that false?
That is false. The offensive is still ongoing, and the Ukrainians have been making slower progress towards Bolshoi Soldatskoy. So that is misinformation. The Russians are pushing from the northern side, and the Ukrainians were pushed back a little bit about 3 days ago towards Malaya Leknia, but it wasn't anything significant enough to say the whole offensive is failing and falling inwards, because the Ukrainians aren't pushing in that direction. They're pushing towards Bolshoi Soldatskoy, and they are still making ground in that direction. And so with that, thank you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Kyla Pendley, who puts in a 2. And thank you very much, Kyla. They said, oh, it's the end of the world as we know it.
And well, and I feel fine, but still, thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel keep on running. I hope that does address that quite well indeed. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to the Morse code decoders of the stream, and we are fresh out of Super Chat. So once again, huge thanks to you all for once again supporting the channel tonight and helping to keep us running through this marathon length stream. It's been going, it might be the longest stream we've had in forever, actually. But this one is going to go to our Morse code decoders of the stream. And tonight we had Cliff Simonson, Mark Hodges, Earl Bernew, Kevin J, Paul Schultz, David Millsap for Royal Fluffiness, and Arabelle Garbo. They said the Morse code for today says, Russia's crying, but the tears are evaporated from the oil fires. Venice, LLT, LSA.
And shh, That's the sound of money. And you hit it dead on the nail. That was the Morse code message of the night. We got to congratulate y'all for that, because y'all been getting that correct for 1,053 days now, and well on into the future. And so with that, it is now time for us indeed, to move on into those live chats. But as y'all can see, the stream is now 4 hours and 5 minutes long. It's a marathon stream, technically. So we're going to be answering 3 live chats and then rounding out the news, or really the whole stream. And so with that, we are on to the third to last question of the night.
This one goes to David Tablet, who says, if the Russian economy does collapse, do you think it'll force the Russians to sue for peace?
Yes. If the Russian economy collapses, they're forced into a peace negotiation at that point, and one that would really be leaning a lot more in America and Ukraine's favor. And so I hope that answers that well, and we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Purple Gerbil, who says, would sinking accidentally on purpose the Russian Shadow Fleet, would that be considered an act of war?
Most likely not. That would most likely be considered an ecological disaster, because it would be very hard to prove, unless there was verifiable evidence, that that was a deliberate act meant to damage a country. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least from what I would know. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who was the lucky last person to throw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is Donald Daly, who says, what happens when Russia forces Kursk, and does Russia continue on and on?
And can you reread that one again?
I said, what happens when Russia forces Kursk? Does Russia continue on and on?
I don't know what that means. What do they mean by forces Kursk? Like, forces the city of Kursk to, like, make checkers or something? I don't know.
I think I think they meant to say, what happens when Russia takes back Kursk by force? Does Russia continue on and on?
No, they would probably just stop at the border and redivert those troops back in southern Ukraine into the offensives that are trying to claim the remainder of the Donbass. That's most likely what they would do. And so with that, I hope that does answer that well. And with that, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to thank each and every one of y'all so much once again for being here tonight. Over the course of this entire stream, we had 10,000 people here at the peak, an incredible amount of people, and we thank you all for being here once again. And we've had 75,000 people watch this stream from beginning to end. We are entirely honored and appreciative to know that so many of y'all have watched this stream, and if y'all have enjoyed, please make sure to hit the like button. Make sure to subscribe. We're very close to 334,000 subscribers, and we would like for you, the viewer that's listening right now, to be the 334,000 subscriber. And so with that, thank you all so much once again for watching. We will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news of the war in Ukraine, and also run that Sunday night fundraiser. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, and long live the Lee Spring Army. The Lee Spring Army will never die.
And hey, whoa, wait, before you go, folks, smack the like button on the way out. Sorry to scare you there, but smack the like button on the way out. We've gotten 3,500 likes tonight, which is crazy, and thank you all for smashing that like. But with that, folks, thank you all for joining us once again tonight. 75,000 people join us before the stream end, and we're glad to have all 75,000 of you here yet again. Be sure to join us again tomorrow night for the Sunday night fundraiser stream, where we will raise more money to help support those in Ukraine, most likely. We might actually discuss the fundraiser. We might have a little bit of a different one tomorrow, but we'll have to see that. We'll have to discuss it. But be sure to join us tomorrow. We will have a fundraiser tomorrow nonetheless. But with that, folks, thank you all for watching. Slava Ukraine, Hero Slava, get some rest, and good night.
Army shall stand.